Ayo, counting my dough, sipping my mo, slipping and slow. Them skinny bitches saying hello. Anyway, go ahead and display your olive olay. Little honey dip whip in a little cabriolet. I don't mean to hold you up, but I got something to say. Swear to only give you hot shit every day. Afraid of us, you know this ain't a game to us. You strange to us, that's why we getting dangerous. Come on. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/ Ronan Pawn. That was a lot of wind out of the gate. Just store that up. I'm fine. Welcome to the show. We'll be playing Supermarket Simulator today, so I better start opening it in the background, because since that last update, damn, with how long it took to open up last time. The other white rapper of Detroit. Who's the first one? I'll kill him. Oh, Jesus, it's happening quickly. Oh, God, wait. No, things are starting up, and it's a white screen instead of a black screen now. This is racist. Supermarket Simulator is racist now. Music needs to shut the hell up. Well, I can't really get to it. Yeah, I can't. Shut up. What's gonna happen? Why is it white? Why's everything gotta be white, Lord? Oh, wait. Something's happening. Alright. Sure. I'm guessing they did some patches or something like that, because it did. It started up different. Yeah. That was... Okay. Did they cancel my game access? I mean, when we hit continue, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm getting kicked out of communities left and right. Run out by angry people all over the place. Like, Ronan Pawn? The dude who starts his live streams up by spitting mad rhymes from the 90s? Yo, gotta get him out of here. I'm gonna click continue. We're gonna see what happens. Oh, how you doing, Mason? What's up with you? Me? No, nobody asked about you. Me? Still just this 3D course I'm taking. Pissed off everybody in the course at this point, you know. Instructor, because I criticized, you know, so this said, well, it's like, this didn't work, this is a bad, like, section, I think you want to take a look at this again for the next group of people, and, you know, gave some, like, direct critique, but also just share my experience, and boy, people are touchy, man. In a professional environment where they're getting paid to do the thing, and the customer is saying, yeah, I'm not sure. They're like, woohoo! Are you criticizing something that I did? My ego is threatened. Oh, God. It's impossible that something that I prepared is less than adequate. When I prepared, like, hundreds of things, you know, it's like, dude, I'm not saying you're a bad person or don't know how to do. I'm saying this part is bad. You might want to look at that again. Alright? Just take the feedback, bitch. Mr. White, yo, we've been watching a lot of Breaking Bad, and it's hard not to talk like Jesse after you hear him talking for a while. Okay, bitch! Yeah. The way that he enunciates that shit, yo! Like, he's so not what he is. I love him. Picked up stuff from an auction this morning. Ooh. An auction or an estate sale. Wait a second. What are we doing here? Picked up something from an auction. My grandfather used to be big into the local auction scene. This is still here. I think it's gonna be here forever. Damn, yo. Damn, Mr. White. He used to be big into the auction scene. He was, you know, he was, so in his day, he was kind of a smuggler, kind of a, he would, is this it? No, that's one of those. No, that doesn't help me at all. He would sell boosted shit. He would, so he's not a smuggler, he's a, what do you call that? He was a fence. He was a bit of a fence, for a while. At a certain point, he'd sell stuff that people had stolen, that kind of a deal. And so he, had inroads at auction houses and stuff like that, and he also ended up like knowing the cops and stuff, and he was in Michigan before it was like legal for you to just have a gun. There was at least a time apparently when it was illegal for you to just have a gun on you unless you were licensed in the state of Michigan, like a handgun, a concealed weapon. You needed a concealed carry license, and my grandpa was apparently one of the very few people who were able to get a concealed carry license who weren't like law enforcement or something like this at the time that he was doing his thing, because he carried so much cash so regularly, such large amounts of cash on him so regularly, which was because he was partaking in illegal activities. But so eventually, he had a one-off event where somebody, like one of his friends, somebody who he knew, who knew that he had cash on him, because he traded in stolen shit, called him and had him like come out to buy some stuff from him or something like that, meet him somewhere to buy a load of inventory. And turned out that this guy was actually just owed money to somebody else. And can you stack these? Can you stack these fat stacks, Mr. White? So this guy owed money to somebody else, and he needed the money right then, right there, and he didn't have any way to get the money, so he called my granddad. Granddad came out with money to make a purchase, and ended up like on his knees with a gun pressed to the back of his head, being robbed, and didn't know whether he was going to live or die. And he decided about that time that it was maybe a good idea to get out of this business. Maybe he'd gotten the best end of it, and it could only go down from here. So he stopped being in the business, but he still had he still was active with all of the sort of peoples of the community that he had met in the process of that. So, connections with the cops and auction houses and all kinds of stuff is apparently my granddad's life. I don't know much about it other than, a couple of big stories, a couple of major stories. Yeah. He was a very Archie Bunker kind of a guy, and my grandma was, Edith to his Archie too. She was a constant nuisance, an annoyance, a pest. And he was always, God damn it, Sarah! That kind of thing. Her real name, my grandma's real name was Sarah, but it was one of those old people things where, just old-timey things where everybody called her Sally. Why was Sarah Sally? Because fuck you, because 50s, they didn't have food or something. They had to walk uphill both ways to get to school. People named Sarah was Sally. Welcome to the GTFO Mart. We're here at the end of the last episode. At the end of last time on GTFO Mart, we had bought into more beer and liquor and stuff. We now have whiskey and wine, 2 types of vodka, 2 kegs of beer, and we got in an extra like individual bottle beer, which is just ridiculous to be selling this kind of thing. You had an uncle named Francis, but was called Mac. Was he a gangster? Was he Mac the Knife? Did he sell burgers? Was he Mac Tonight? Was he was he just, did he have a lot of kids? Was he just like a daddy Mac? Francis called Mac. Sounds Irish or something like that. Sounds Catholic. He was a Catholic. He was a plumber. You say he was a Catholic gangster Irish plumber. I've just figured it all out. I got your backstory nailed now. And your parents were killed in an alleyway by somebody, by the Joker, but only in the movies. What? Yeah. Who? Let me just check my inventory here. I do need to do an order. So I'll start clicking buttons, and then it'll seem as though we're making progress in this game. It'll seem like we came here to do something as opposed to just fuck around. Oh, yeah, it's order time. It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly sign. It's movie sign. Movie sign. I had a extreme moment of catharsis last night. You know, every now and then life just sort of climbs up on a man, you know, things just sort of build up onto his shoulders, and he just wants to be left alone for a while. These are lines from a movie with Jimmy Stewart, by the way, that I'm just reciting here. But every now and then, like, just you know, the awareness of the state of the world and stuff like that, and it's like, you don't realize it, but slowly, day by day, it's you know, it's taking an effect, kind of a thing. I had this huge moment of catharsis last night when I remembered something that I knew, you know, before that I had forgotten. And what I remembered is that there are no answers to these questions, and it was like, oh, that's so nice. The weight is off. Excellent, lovely. And it doesn't mean what it sounds like it means either. What it means to me, when those words occurred to me, it doesn't mean that, you know, it's not about not being able to answer the questions, but answering the questions is not a solution. If you're living a life where you're beset by, like, just the state of things and what can we do about it to make it better and what's my role in this world and all that kind of stuff, like, these questions, they're whether they have answers or not, finding the answer to these questions accomplishes nothing. Like, because the answer isn't really the answer. The answer isn't an intellectual premise. It isn't a construct of the mind. It isn't an idea. It isn't something you can hold in your head and say, now I know the 2 + 2 = 4 thing. It's not. The answers to your questions either need to make the questions go away. That's the only valuable answer that you'll ever put to a question, is if the answer to the question dissolves the question, and now you don't have that question anymore. You have alleviated the burden of shouldering that question forever and ad nauseum, in perpetuity and annuity. But you know, in truth, like, the questions that we carry, or the burdens, the stresses and things that we carry around to us, they're only solved by action. So there's nothing to think about. And that's sort of what was a huge comfort to me, is that any thinking, any worrying, all that kind of stuff is just wasted energy, just wasted effort. It's not going to help. It's not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to change anything. Actions are what change things, and the only way to take action is to just start changing your behavior. And just knowing that you don't have to, like, lie in bed at night sort of haranguing yourself, worrying yourself over shit that you can't necessarily control. It's just nice. It's just nice to, like, remember, oh yeah, that's right. These things aren't even worth thinking about. Not even worth, like, it's just burned neurons. You're just burning neurons to burn neurons. There's nothing to that. So cathartic to rediscover things that you know, you once knew. And that's the process of life, yo, Mr. White. The process of life is like learning things and then integrating those things by having to relearn them over and over and over again. What's going on in the store? You were asking. Is apparently we need another shelf to fill this in, so I should order one of those, or at least, like, throw it in the cart for tomorrow. But what's really going on here? What is really going on here? So we got that new. So we just got the new license in for the liquor, which means I had to take a loan, which left us owing some money to the bank. Which it would cost me $1,900 to pay off early, and we've just done that because I did my order for the day, so apparently we can afford it. And then I can just open the store, and we're playing the game. We're playing the feud, everybody. But yeah, just oof. It was so much to just be able to, like, once I had sort of a mantra for it. You know, the words don't mean anything. It's what's behind the words. What's the wisdom, or what's the experience? What is this thing that you mean when you say any word? And so once I had a mantra for like this to wrap around this awareness, this knowledge of like that stress and worry and thinking don't accomplish jack shit, which is a very shallow way of putting what I really mean by there are no answers to these questions. You know, just like remembering that there's no this is a waste of, this isn't, you're chasing shadows on the wall here. You're never going to catch up to them. You're never going to find them. So like, I don't have to fix it. I don't have to solve it. I don't have to make it right. It's not a theorem. It's not a quantity. It's not a, there aren't variables to determine here. It's an experience that is going on. And that's it. That's all that is, Mr. White Yo. Which, yeah, we've been watching Breaking Bad. We've gotten to season 2 now, Lady and Pawn and I, and I remembered vaguely as we started up season 2 that it was like the darkest, most. I felt like the first time that I saw season 2 of Breaking Bad, I felt like it was probably a pushback, an answer to people who hadn't actually seen the show. But who, you know, have opinions about shit that they haven't seen because they've got something about the theme in general. Oh, it says 50 cents. It looked like it said 0 to me, sir. Probably an answer back, like a clap back to that, where, you know, like people out there, ignorant ass people, saying stuff about, oh, it's just so this show is just glorifying drug shit, that kind of thing. And season 2 is like, all right, motherfuckers, we're gonna put all of the nasty shit, the nastiest shit about this drug life into one season, and then y'all can shut the fuck up and let us, you know, tell this story. Cause, oh, what a horrible season of the show it is. I don't mean that the show is bad, just that the scenarios, the settings, everything's just so nasty, so unforgiving. God damn it. I should put like something over the top of that. I should put a box. Just leave an empty box there or something. But we just got up to, without any spoilers for all of the viewers here who you know, might not have seen Breaking Bad for some reason. We just got up to the ATM machine. And those folks. And I was like, yeah. God damn. Woof. Ah. You know, just woof and ah. Do some midday, some stocking. Help my boys out here, get the produce off the ground. While the store gets up and running again, while our first batch of customers comes in. But it's, what? Doo-doo? It's quite a fun show to watch, where you work faster all day long. All day or day. Nice to go back to. And also to have like so much perspective on it. There's so much like culture that was around Breaking Bad, and ideas, and you know, sentiments about characters and stuff, and then you go back to it many years later, you're like, wow, the things that people were saying were just like wrong. Feel like Skyler from that show got a real bum rap from people in general. Here, just have $1 and leave. You can have the extra penny. I don't care. Ooh, 2 mayonnaises. Mayo costs money, lady. $4. Alright, and out the store. I know somebody needs to turn the lights on. I'm the only one who can do it. I know that, sir. You don't have to tell me what I know. Alright, God, I'll turn the lights on. You know, I feel like there was a sentiment that Skylar is a bitch, she's a nose, she's up Walt's ass kind of thing, and it's like, yeah, I mean, what he does to his family, what he subjects them to, the shit that he puts them through, she's pretty fucking justified in everything. And before we meet them at the beginning, where you're getting a sense of sort of their relationship, where she kind of wears the pants in the family, and she's in control of the finances, and she's telling him which credit cards that they're to use and not to use and stuff like that. It's like, number one, if you've been, you know, in a relationship where finances were split at any time, like, that somebody does need to be the person who's like keeping track of that shit. You don't both pay the bills. One person pays the bills. That person needs to be in there saying, hey, we can't spend from this credit card anymore. We need to pull it. Like that. That just happens. Somebody has to take that role. So it's not, doesn't make you you know, get up out my ass kind of thing person to be the one who manages the finances for the family kind of a deal. But when we're first just meeting them, you know, the biggest thing is that, hey, like, you know, both of them got into this. This is whoever they are, whatever their relationship is. This is how they wanted it. They picked each other. This is the life that they've built together. So there's no, like, saddling one person with, being a problem for the other person. This is what they want. This is what they needed from each other. This is, you know, that kind of a thing. But yeah, you know, the first time you watch it, it's easy in shows like Breaking Bad, movies and stuff like that, to kind of have the Tony Montana experience, right? Which is that, Tony Montana, he's just such a fucking badass. Oh, he's so cool. And it's like, yeah, that's not what the show is doing. It's not. It's a story of dissent. It's a story of, you know, this is the bad thing. This is the wrong thing. Look at his life. Look at how empty and vacuous it is. And look at, you know, that's what you're supposed to be seeing. But, you know, there's lots of explosions and guns and intimidation and you know, dick swagger kind of a thing, and a lot of people see it and they're like, oh, fuck it, it's awesome. They like want to emulate Tony Montana. And so Breaking Bad is another thing that's like that, where it's easy when you're watching it through the first time to just be like, yeah, get him, fucking Walt, kind of thing. And then as you come back and watch it again on repeat viewings, it becomes more and more in your face, undeniable what a horrible piece of shit Walter White is, you know, from the beginning, the whole time. Like, what a prideful lion scumbag fuck that just like against the grain kind of, like, you can understand his justifications, but they are justifications. You know, you can understand where he's coming from. He's an everyman. He's you know, he's been screwed over by unfair dealings and stuff like that, and not even by unfair dealings so much as just an unfair world that we all live in and share kind of thing. And so, you know, he works as a vessel for the audience and all that kind of a thing. But boy, is he an awful piece of shit. And it's not even like, not even close. Not even like a hard thing to see, really, when you're watching it back on multiple viewings. Which is probably the third time that I've gone down the Breaking Bad rabbit hole and, you know, started watching, then probably watched it all the way through kind of thing. So I've had all these experiences before. But I don't know. Every time you rewatch something in a new era, it definitely has a new flavor to it. New little something. Hello, Lex Real. Wait, is that a... Did you put like a RGB-eyed goat in my chat? What? Get that out of here. Told you never to bring those here. Is this... I don't have any place for the chicken. What if I put one chicken out onto the shelf? What if there were room out here for a chicken? Ha. Ha, bitches, ha. Okay, and then whiskey is now here. This is the liquor section. How did I arrange it? Whiskey? Whiskey. Whiskey's at the top. Wait a second. What about that chicken? Box of chicken. Chicken on the shelf, yo. Mr. White, yo. Fat stacks. Cheddar. Presidents. Dead presidents. Mr. White. Next day. Still, people finding products too expensive, and my stockers are not completely keeping up with demand. There's always a couple of things there's always one or two things, of course, of a day that somebody comes looking for at the moment that it's missing. I think it's probably produce. I think most of the time it's produce, you know. Each of them wants, I want 112 fucking kiwis. Somebody takes it, and then you come up and you only get 2 instead, you know. And then you're bitching at me about it. We lost $288 that day because we paid back a loan. But holy crap, there's a lot of things to price. Shall we do the thing that no one wants to have to do and go through this list and try and find the things that are overpriced? No, can't be bothered. My time's more valuable than that, you know. That's the thing. Ain't worth my time. I'll just try and keep my eyes open for when people complain. No, 2 1/4. We're sticking to the quarters here. And then, you'd be like a 475 then. All I gotta do is catch somebody after they check out. Or no, when they're looking at the stuff on the shelf is when they'll say it. Is that 81? Looks like 81, so I'm gonna go with 75. I think that's all the prices we need to change. And then while I'm standing here, go ahead and place our order for the day. Price issue could be a bug. I guess that's always possible with these in development games. I think it's just that we got something slipped by us at some point. Someday a price changed. I didn't change it, and now it's impossible to find it, which is why they need to like give us the ability to find it in the UI. You know, they need to give us that column that tells me the difference between how much am I charging over or under market price right now, and then you're able to find the thing that you forgot. And it just surprises me that hasn't been, they haven't gotten that feedback yet, that they haven't. It's weird to me because it's like sometimes I go out of my way to give direct feedback to devs and stuff like that, go on the forums, let them know, hey, this is what I'm thinking, that kind of thing. And sometimes I don't, and it makes me think like, most of the time people don't, and so there's just a lot of people playing, you know, that are using software or playing a game that are having a unsatisfying experience that they can like, they can tell you exactly what the problem is and how to fix it, but, you know, they'd have to tell you that. It's, and it ain't their job to take time out of their day to come and tell you what you're missing. And so most of the time you just don't hear back what it is you need to be hearing back. Which is why part of why I've been giving so much feedback to this Blender course and pissing people off, apparently. You don't usually hear back from... And the other thing is, like, whenever you're doing something that involves, like, the public, in quotes, you know, that involves a large group of consumers, of people who are outside as recipients to a product or something that you're preparing. Alright, I'm up to cleaner here. Whenever you're doing that, there's another big problem is the hug box. There's always going to be a hug box. Always going to be people who are just so sort of excited to be here or enamored with what you're doing in its premise or something like that. You're always going to be able to get the feedback you want to hear is kind of the a problem. So you have to have your ears to the ground for the feedback that you don't want to hear. You know, for the negative feedback, for the criticism stuff. There's also like the tendency in human communication to sort of cut what you're saying, you know, with a healthy dose of sugar. Kind of like you need to communicate what it is that needs to be communicated here and what you're trying to address in order to improve something. But boy, it sure is nice to just not have conflict, and people don't, and you know, it's like a lot of people just can't hear feedback if it's just given to them straight, and there's a whole lot of reasons to catch more flies with honey and all that kind of shit, and it's like, but the other truth of the end of that is that you don't actually get to hear like the real feedback. Because it's always been cut with shit. It's always been, I'm going to say 3 things that I like and then 1 thing that I don't. And I'm going to kind of undermine what I'm saying about the thing that I don't. I'm going to downplay how much of an issue it really is. And so you never get just genuine, straight up fucking, this is the feedback. And so it's like incredibly important that, you know, that you have some people who are just willing to give you the straight skinny, to not cut anything, to just say, oh, this sucks. I didn't like this at all. And that's the hardest to receive. Apparently. It's the hardest to receive because we attach as human beings. We attach our egos to the things that we do. Is this just fantasy? We don't know whether this is the real life or just fantasy, and so it's fantasy, actually, Tremacy. We're just playing a video game right now. I'm not actually stocking a grocery store. I wouldn't do that to you. with a cell phone camera strapped to my forehead and a lapel microphone in order to capture. I wouldn't do that. And so yeah, hard feedback is important, and I also feel like I think for me too, like the idea of giving like good feedback that's just this is how I feel, this was the experience I had, this is what I think kind of thing. He's also tied up in sort of my political like beliefs, where I feel we are as a peoples and a culture. At this point, you know what? That situation will resolve itself. But why can't you just shelve it? I think we don't have a shelf for it. Yeah, this is boxed beer. And boxed beer. So those are kegs. Vodka, whiskey, wine. Well, what's that? I can't even tell what you are. Chips. Here's one of the boxed beers. I need another place for boxed beers. So the chips need to move elsewhere so that I can stock the chips. You bastards. Management. Hiring. Stop working ever. I'm clicking right on the button, for fuck's sake. Get your UI working. See, that's direct feedback. Solid direct feedback. And then management. Turn you guys back on. And what I need is, I need to hang on to this. I don't want you taking this from me, and I need to move chips. So I'm going to set this down here. I'm going to grab these chips. And for right here, right now, I'm going to put them there so that I can put you here. And I have a place for everything to be shelved anyway. And, I'm going to boost you up for the day. I'm going to open my register. I'm going to clean the store a little bit. Oh, another one that I can't pick up. Damn it. They're ruining my store here. This is a bug. Boy, is this a bug. Oh, you're waiting for me? Alright. It's a lot of hot sauce and frozen lasagna, my friend. What was I saying about feedback? I feel like I wasn't done with that thought. You get the feedback, and then they tell you the thing, and then it's hard to get the feedback, and, oh, that it's tied up with my political views, in that, like, you know, there's so much, like, denial in American politics. There's so much, I'm voting for the best, the worst, the best worst, the worst, the, lesser of, I'm not supporting a genocide when I vote for people who are literally supporting a genocide, who gave weapons to the genociders just a couple of months before so sold another $1 billion worth of, there's so much, like, denial in, American politics, and just in, you know, American economy and American society in general. Just this sort of, well, couldn't find. Oh, that's couldn't find. I don't need couldn't find. That's just means they were slow on the uptake to refill something. Yeah, there's carrots, okay? Just look for them. Fucking. There's so much denial, you know, in the middle class. 40% of the population of the planet survives on less than $6 a day or something like that, and people just sort of living in their own little worlds and pretending like these aren't problems that we need to address. These aren't problems that are caused by me. You know, that I'm taking these things for me in order to have my excesses and comforts, which means that they're not there for someone else who just needs them. There's so much denial in general. That I frequently feel as though what's needed is stone hard, honest fucking truth. Little boondocks. It just occurs to me that, you know, the episode of the Boondocks where they imagined what it would be like if Martin Luther King Jr. hadn't died, but had just gone into a coma, and then came out of the coma in modern day. I think mid-2000s was when the Boondocks was going on. And sees, you know, black entertainment television, and just encounters the state of the world today, and sees, you know, what happened. He led a movement, and if he had just sort of fainted for 30 years and then woke up and saw, you know, where did we get to? What did you guys do with where I left you off? It was a really great, you know, episode of the Boondocks, I think. And in there, I think one of the characters has like an overdub where, I can't remember the names of the kids in the character right now. I want to say like Huey, Dewey, or Louie. It's Huey, isn't it? It's Huey Freeman. Huey. It might not even be Huey. But one of the kids, the you know, the revolutionary of the two of them, has like a voiceover where he said, you know, people needed the truth, not the truth that's, you know, the truth that wakes people up and makes you angry and makes you go out and do something. And Martin Luther King just goes on his rant about the state of everything, and this is not at all, this wasn't my dream, you didn't accomplish my dream, this is nonsense, and ends his whole rant with, I can't get there without, or no, I can't get there with you, I'm going to Canada. It's brilliant. But, you know, that's kind of what I was, you know, onto there, was the idea of there's just not enough fucking truth out there. Not enough truth. Not the happy, shiny, friendly version of the truth, but the actual dirty, nasty version of the truth. And so maybe I'm a little bit over-eager to remind people of reality, but it's just because everybody else is so over-eager to fucking gouge their own eyes out. Pretend it isn't. Netanyahu has long been the guy who wants Israel free of Palestinians. I mean, he's a war criminal. He's a verifiable, like, you know... the only reason he's not a convicted war criminal is that nobody will arrest him, but he's... you know, he comes to the United States moments after The Hague says, you know, arrest this man, and the United States, and Kamala Harris, and Joe, with the support of the Democratic Party, puts him on a podium to give a speech about about, you know, justifying the little genocide that they're doing, that we're paying for and funding and backing and supporting, and murdering UN fucking aid workers. They're murdering UN aid workers. Over 3 digits worth of UN aid workers murdered by Israel, and they keep going, oh, it was an accident. Yeah. What were those UN aid workers doing? They were delivering food, water, and medicine to the to the people that we're trying to murder. And so we murdered the people who were bringing aid to the people we're trying to murder. Do you get this yet? Fucking Christ. But, you know, it's nothing new, but it's just like, that's the reason why it's nothing new, why it keeps going on, is there's so much fucking denial. So much, like, such a version of... It's such a version of the truth that we tell ourselves, right? The elections come around, and I don't think that it matters if I give my political power to the party that's doing the genocide. I'm not doing the genocide. I'm not supporting. It's not on the ballot. Like, when is it on the ballot for you idiots? Like, when they actually put genocide, yes or no, on the well, and then you'll be like, oh, it's on the ballot. And then you'll be like, yes, I guess so. Like, what the fuck? Moving the shelves to see if I can pick up the trash? Ooh. Okay. There's an idea. I will give that a go. New. Nope. I think we just got, you know, it's a bug. It came down with the last patch, last update. Look, the thing doesn't have a hitbox to block the placement of the shelves either, which it would if it were real. So it's just a image. It's a lost model, right? Lost asset. It's been dropped out of memory, but it's still there visually. I guess something. Probably because Unity sucks. I like shitting on Unity in these live streams too. I've tried both, and man, Unreal is just so much nicer. We made a small profit today. We're building back after, you know, investing and stuff. I'm gonna try and do my pricing in here. 4-pack eggs, prosciutto, soda, and mozzarella cheese. 4-pack of eggs. 4-pack of eggs. $2. Prosciutto. Should be one of these down here. Holy. 8 1/4. Soda. I don't remember what soda. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. That's close enough. And mozzarella cheese. Look, I remembered them all. That's a big part of the game for me. It's like, can I remember 4 things for 40 seconds continuously? Can I do that? It's a mini challenge. Let's get this. Chew on the shelf. Stuff that they dropped last night when I had to turn them off and turn them back on again. Oh, let's do our order. We just got to build back. We just, you know, we're grinding out some cash money. And I do enjoy the grind of this. It's a good grind. But yeah, so, you know, there's a underlying anger at the West Coast, whitening tooth, you know, white tooth, crest tooth whitened realities of that, you know, upper middle class and upper class L.A., San Fran, kind of vibe, where I don't, you know, where you're living in that scenario, but you're refusing to connect the tissue and say, hey, I think maybe the reason why 10% of the nation's homeless population, 50,000 people, are living down the hill from the nation's most concentrated group of rich people, maybe these two things are directly connected. Maybe what I'm taking for me is being taken away from others. Maybe we've built a bubble city with its own little economy, because we wanted things for us, because we took that, you know, networking mindset, that fucking, I'm doing for me, I'm doing for you. We're both trying to get things for ourselves. Let's work together and help each other get the thing that I want. Just this sort of justifying greed, you know, this, I'll justify your greed if you justify my greed. You take that to the natural, like, conclusion, and you end up in fucking L.A. Welcome to L.A. 50,000 homeless. You know, and a whole bunch of people live in a little fucking sheltered bubble existence where they get to put their heads up their own asses and smell the cinnamon rolls. Pretend like it's not happening. Pretend like it's happening for some reason other than because they are because of what they're doing. I don't know why it would be so constant. The homelessness of the whole country, and 1/10 of the jam, and it's right here. Gee, what a coincidence. Not our fault. Let's just round them up and ship them out. Move them somewhere else. Tell our police to chase them off. Chase them to somebody else's underpass. Hey. So I've been thinking about that kind of stuff lately, and I was thinking, like, in terms of networking, which is always, it's a dirty word. It is a dirty word, you know? It's like bitch, right? The word networking is like the word bitch, in that it technically can be used in a way that is not dirty, right? But nobody does. Like, sure, in theory, networking is not a dirty word. It's not always an awful, evil, bad thing. However, as with bitch, nobody says bitch to mean a female dog. You know, the people who are rare and few and far between. And so, you know, networking is a dirty word because in its common parlance and its usage in every day, what people mean by networking is they mean manipulating other people or entering into agreements with other people to, you know, facilitate, you know, each other's sort of greedy, self-centered existences that you're planning. You want to build up. It's dirty, it's nasty, it's awful, it's ugly, it's horrific. But I was thinking about, like, the idea of the good form of networking. And the good form of networking is you just got to be doing something that's more than just, you know, to make as much money for yourself or to get yourself that fat middle class, the 3-story house with 4-car garage. Like, you just got to be doing something with the networking and has a value. And so what I conceived of was networking for art. Networking for art. And it doesn't mean that you can't make a living, you know. And it means that the purpose of the networking has to be to enable not people's careers, not people's income, not people. It's got to be to, you know, you're networking with people who do the thing that you do so that you can both, like, create something better and that kind of a deal. Networking with people to make great pieces of art. You're not networking with them so that you can get the opportunity to get the job or to, you know, manipulate the customer base in order to... So I like that idea, and I just wonder if it's at all possible, if you can actually do networking without it being evil. Without it just turning into... It's kind of like the, oh wow, that's gonna get me in trouble saying that. It's kind of like the hookup scene at bars. I could never, like, even imagine getting into... I have no idea where this is kept. It's one of these. You were right. It's one of these. I was in the neighborhood there. You can never even imagine sort of getting into, you know, to hooking up with people at bars and kind of stuff like that. Just that sort of one night stand relationship, which is in theory nothing wrong with it, if both parties are on the same page and looking for the same thing. And then, hey, that was fun. All right, see you later. I could never imagine it, because it's like, how do you even read that from somebody? How do you get that? How do you know that the person across from you is also just here to fuck? You know, how do you... And not being able to know for certain that we're both on the same page, then you're always risking the possibility that, you know, they're looking for something more than what you're looking for, and then tomorrow morning, you know, that's always on the table. It's like, it's too disingenuous. It's too... So I don't know how people even do that. I don't know how people even engage in such a thing. Was it like 3 and then 1, 2, 3? This looks like the blue stuff there. Or mwef. Which goes over here somewhere. And again, I've over-chickened the chicken. Frequently over-chickening the chicken. Go ahead and do a morning cleanup before I have to open my register. Have a peek in on Morpheus here. He's standing around doing nothing half the time. Okay, we know that that one's fake. We know that that one's fake. But so yeah, I was saying that to bring it back to the idea of networking for art, because it's like, how do you find... Oh wow, I do need to open pretty immediately here. Let's go ahead and juice you for the day. You know, 90% or more of 99% of people out there who are looking to network in some way are going to be looking to network with the traditional, with the bitch does not mean female dog sense of networking. So how do you network with people whose intentions are sincere and not disgusting? Hello, sir. Welcome to my shop where we talk about things that, I'll tell you what, the average Twitch viewer is not... They didn't come here for this. They're confused. Why would this be here at all? Why would... It's like, well, do they have a platform for this? Is there a platform for, Use what I got. Use what's out here, huh? Alright. Hello, sir. Welcome. How you doing? 1466. Sure, 1466. That's some Hitler shit. I recognize all that. 1466. You add the numbers up, they're H's or something. I fucking get it. Is that true? Like there's... Is that the actual number? I know there's some numbers. Is it 14? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. No, it's 8. So 8 is the number, so it's like... 14... I think it's 1488, isn't it, then? The neo-Nazis. Or just the Nazis. But part of their code is 8s mean H. And so when you say 88, you're saying Heil Hitler. And 14 is like the 14 words. There's something like, we must secure future for our white children or something. They will buy 25 pineapples, but I only have 24. Fun-dun-dun. Fun-dun-dun. How much am I losing on this? Like, if I had it. Average cost $2.74, $6. Man, that's actually, yeah, that would have been a good one. We're one pineapple away. Sir, would you give me a pineapple? Would you not buy the pineapple that you're buying right now so that I can make more money by selling it to someone else? Thank you very much. Please come again. We had a thing in Detroit here where the local billboards got hit by some Hitler people. And on Adolf's birthday, they managed to get some coded propaganda onto the billboards around here because, you know, who knows who's fucking looking out for this stuff? Who knows this stuff? So now, because of the stories, now a lot of us know this stuff. Now we're familiar with the 1488s and shit like that. $66, and then you turn into Satan as you walk away. This is what I'm pitching to the developers of this game, is when you get certain numbers at the cash register, if I'm, you know, the player has to be manning the register, and if you get certain numbers, then as they walk away, just do some fun things with it, is what I'm saying. Like, how about you guys model a stoner character, and they always make a purchase of 420, you know? They're always in... Or, you know, maybe it always ends in the numbers 420. You know? So the game will have to check to see if it's possible to make an order that ends in 420. Do a recursive search, and then if it can, then it'll spawn a stoner to come in. Just have some fun with it. Some little pokers in here. Add the tough duty to close out the register and have to balance the receipts. Oh, God. Then it's just a German simulator. Nobody wants to play that. Couldn't find garlic. What are you killing vampires, huh? There, Blade? Huh? Get him, Bruno. Couldn't find the garlic. Did you look? What if you used your goddamn eyes, huh? What if you used your goddamn eyes? You looked around a little bit. You see the size of the painting. That's fake. Use a fake ass bitch. What did I start the live stream with? It was, Ayo, counting my dough, sipping my mo, slipping in slow, them skinny bitches saying hello. Oh, hey guys. They should have, like, it should slow down if they're working in the dark, if the lights haven't been turned on for them. That's another mechanic that is just obvious. There should be a penalty to not having these lights on. The customers should start, like, complaining, I can't see anything, that kind of thing. If they're in the store and the lights are off, and your workers back here should just like, get really slow when they're walking around on the inside of the stock room. Cleaning supplies are now over here. Alright, I'll leave it. I'm leaving it all up to you, babe. Okay, we made over $1,000 there in profit today. One product was not found. Nothing was over expensive today. So that's good. De Niro pizza. Oh, both of the pizzas changed in price. That's fun. $7.75. It's really close. Yeah, you're paying 2 cents over market. Fucking cope with it. Okay, the pizza market is shifting heavily. You got to make sure you bought into the right crypto pizza coin, or else you're just gonna get screwed when the whales start moving their that whole crypto scene, man. I'm glad that I figured it out, and that I went in and oh, thank you. Wait, this isn't even chicken. This is fucking toilet paper. Okay. And I went in, watched it, learned it firsthand, but what a fucking scam, yo. What a fucking scam. It's nothing that it promised to be. It is everything that it's everything that it wanted, that it promised it was going to be the opposite of, you know? We're going to break out, we're going to... Just... Damn. Just damn. And my question is, are there still people out there who think that they're like participating in some kind of revolutionary fucking thing? Or like has it finally resolved to the point where everybody knows that it's just a fraud and a scam, and the only people who are there are fraud and scam people who are trying to join in the fraud and scam? Are there still suckers? Still suckers' wallets ready to be open by the people who already have the money and therefore just control the fucking whole crypto scene, and then just make, oh, hey, look. Oh, gee. Seems as though the market is taking a turn when me and my other rich friends are forcing the market to take a turn. We create a meme pawn coin, collect millions, and then crash the market. Hey. I mean, I probably wouldn't be the one to crash the market. It would be somebody else with all of the money. But yeah, if I could make the money, then I could also be part of the bastards. That is, I guess you're right. Oh, goodness. I woke up so late today. I haven't even mentioned that we're here late. I slept so well last night because of the catharsis I talked about earlier. The realization. It dawned on me. There are no answers to these questions. So stop asking. I slept so well. I've been waking up hard a lot lately. I also, because I was playing with my medication, I was trying to reduce my medication to its bare minimum, and what I found out by experimenting with it is I've already done that. I have already done that. It is at its bare minimum. I'm taking the least amount of things that I can take. I take 400 milligrams of ibuprofen every morning, along with one of 3 supplements, vitamin C. No, vitamin D. Sorry, because I don't get the light of day. It never touches my skin. So vitamin D on one of the days. Now, if I took vitamin D on one day, then the next day will be my carnitine, my L-carnitine, and then the next day after that will be taurine. So I just cycle those 3. We're on the toilet paper. So 400 milligrams ibuprofen. The prescription stuff is then every other day. In the morning, I take 3 milligrams of low-dose naltrexone, which is for its function as a neuro anti-inflammatory at low doses. It does that. Been known since the 70s. Try and keep up, modern medical practitioners. Oh, I need to the produce. And then because of the steady ibuprofen, which is an NSAID, and which can wreak havoc on your stomach and increase acid production and stuff like that, I am now taking famotidine, which is just the generic name for Pepsid, I think. Every single day, one famotidine at night, so that I'm not sleeping with stomach acid buildup and that kind of stuff. And then I take dicyclamine every other day that I don't take the low-dose naltrexone, because I take the LDN every other day in the morning. Every other day in the evening, I take a dicyclamine, which is an antispasmodic, gastrointestinal antispasmodic that prevents the irritable bowel stuff, which is just you either have constipation or diarrhea. I'm a diarrhea guy when I'm having that, but all I gotta do is take my dicyclamine, and it doesn't happen. And I've found out over time that I can get away with just one every other day, and it's good. So, yeah, I think it's everything that oh no, and then at night I take one Tylenol, so 500 milligrams of acetaminophen. It's not Tylenol. I take off-brand acetaminophen. Let's open the store. And that's apparently just what I gotta take. I think I might be able to get away with dropping some of the famotidine a little bit, but when I do, then I just end up having, acid reflux kind of stuff, and so it's maybe every, once a week I could just skip a famotidine and not notice the difference, but it's I should just keep taking it, because every time I try and take it out, I just have a problem. Or I just have a mild discomfort, so. But I was hoping I could, reduce the ibuprofen, because if I reduce the ibuprofen, then I can take out the famotidine, and then it's just you're taking medications like this on a daily basis, every fucking day of the year kind of deal. You're burning your system out. I'm taking the famotidine is to counteract the effects of the ibuprofen. The ibuprofen is to counteract the... But, you get to that point. So it's the more that I can get it down, whittle it down to nothing, the better it'll be. But I tried to space out my naltrexone more, and I started to feel it. I started to take some ibuprofen out, and I started to feel it. And started to take that famotidine out, and I started to feel it. So, nope. We are at the perfect balance for me. And now... I just need a goddamn cure. Could we please, for the love of fuck, just come up with a cure for myalgic encephalomyelitis? It's no big deal. Just a cure. It's fucking cellular mitochondria issue. It just needs a reset. It just needs a reset. It needs something to smack the cellular mitochondria back in the damn face. Bitch, slap a dick slap. Right across the cheek. And snap it out of the itaconate shunt. That's all that we need to do. Just crack that sumbitch out the itaconate shunt. And let it start spreading around the body. The way that it slowly grew, to more and more shunted cells. We just got to reverse that process. It's a chemical thing. We just counteract the itaconate. That's all you got to fucking do, people. I know you researchers are so much smarter than the clinicians. You just got to fucking get off your ass and do it. Sad with you fucking, I gotta wait to do the thing, I gotta get the approval to this and that, the other thing. It's just do the stuff that you can do fast to prove the concept, and then once you get the concept, go and get the money and then fucking do it. There's just millions of people worldwide that have this disease. Once you have something that works, we'll fucking fund the shit out of it. Just fucking do it. Do it. Is this what we're reduced to? I'm the janitor now? That's it? That's what this is about? Yep. I love it. I love that these guys don't slow down when you're clicking them. Open that up. Juice you up for the day to come. Alright. See if we can get through a day without running out of something. And I need to keep my eyes open. Head up and eyes open to see if anybody runs into a product that's too expensive for them. Thank you. 45. Holy, look at all them paper products. Fuck her up! Him! That guy. The one that's running. Fuck him up. Thank you for your business. We don't usually curse in this store. I just want you to know. Fuck. A nickel? I like seeing these $100 orders, though. Seeing that money come in, them fat stacks, some Benjamins, some presidents, that cheddar. Somebody's got to turn the light on, and it's me. It's always me. You're the one who knows where the light switch is. I'll be back in a minute, Mr. Secret Service agent. Secret agent man. Are you giving me a number and taking away my name? Look at him. Look at him. What's going on with your hair, bud? Why is your hair transparent? How long can I get you to hold your arm out like that? Look at his hair. 93.75. 2 bags of chips. You decided to avoid the hair issue. I see. Smart. Smart. Uh, 11 and something. 11.93. There you go. Have an extra 2 pennies. It was quicker for me. Whoop. Pasta elbows, too expensive. We caught one. We caught one. Okay. Pasta elbows. There you go. I've fixed one of the products that people find expensivo. And out my fucking store. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for buying all of my beer and out my fucking store. This is a very comfortable rhythm we're in now, you know? I check somebody out, a woman gets beat over the head with a baseball bat. It's a good life. It's a good life. I think I can close my register down now. How you handling things over here? You still semi-juice? Good. I'll play janitor for the end of the day. Oh my god. Oh my god. What have you done to the floors of my store? This is disgusting. Alright, that one's fake. I appreciate that we have mopping radar. That's important. Be able to find the moppables. You good? I don't need to give you any pay raises or anything like that. You're gonna be okay. So I'm gonna move this scale. He's not using it. Nobody's lined up at it. Shit, they're lined up at it and he's using it. I want to move these scales like I said last time. I want to figure out a way that the lines will make some amount of sense. So you're lining up on that side of it, which means that the customers are lining up on this side of this one. So if I spun one so that it faced this way, then you have a line going that way, and then the other one is the way that this one is. So this one basically stays where it is. Maybe it comes in a little bit because we'll have more room on this side. But then one of them gets spun to face like that. That's my idea. You need help? Well, that's what my boy here is for. I'm gonna give him an extra $3. Y'all need me to open my register or anything? I'll leave it open. Should be the end of the day, but we'll leave it open for you. Mop radar. Ping. It's submarine. Ping. One ping only. One ping. Send out one ping. Y'all seen The Hunt for Red October? Sean Connery? Have y'all read The Hunt for Red October, Tom Clancy? Have you read it? That's one of them that I read. I don't think that I have had a life of going in for, like, Mason, seen it, not read it. I don't feel like I've gone in for, you know, fiction, popular fiction. And it's just weird to me that The Hunt for Red October is one of them that I've read. I don't know how I got a hold of a copy of The Hunt for Red October, but I did, and it was there, and I started reading it, and it was good. It's dry. It's dry as shit, and yet it's dry in a very, like, good way, you know? It's dry like those police procedurals on TV and stuff. They're, like, dry, and it's like, yeah, but it's you like it. It's interesting. It has a flair for the real, and the artistic, you know, part of it, the part of it that's genuinely good writing. Wow, 90. Have we ever seen 90 customers in a single day? We saw 92 that day, so it's kicking up, and we're up to 90, 90, 99 in terms of our balance there. Shampoo and blonde ale. I gotta do this before I can keep talking. Shampoo. Samurai shampoo and blonde ale. Is it the boxed stuff that's called blonde ale? It would have said 6-pack if it were. So no, it's this. And it'll probably be that one then. This is blonde ale. It hasn't gone up enough for me to change the price, though. Yeah, Jack Ryan, who is totally not a badass, like, but he's not. I feel like Jack Ryan is presented more competently in the book than in the movie, you know? Like, in the movie, is it like Alec Baldwin or someone playing Jack Ryan? It's one of the Baldwins, I feel like. In the movie, I feel like he's presented as, you know, being so out of his depth for what he's been assigned to do, but ends up doing it by a set of circumstances. And I don't feel like that's how it goes down in the book. It's been so long since I read the book, but I just feel like Ryan is presented as a somewhat more competent character in the novel. But the incredible writing that has stuck with me for all of the years since I read The Hunt for Red October, that happens in that book, is in the description of a submarine's nuclear engine, breaching, going critical. That description is haunting. And again, it's dry. It is so dry. Clancy writes it so dry, but just the dry of it, the severe, harsh, unaltered reality of, like, the engineer standing in watching as for a brief moment, he watched as the metal turned a shade of blue that he'd never seen before, and in a moment later, the molecules that made up his skin evaporated. It just, like, the shit, the description of being right next to a nuclear meltdown trapped on a submarine with it it sticks with you. It's stuck with me. You know, if you can just find those 2 pages of Hunt for Red October to read, if you haven't read it, then that's worth worth just being like, shit. You're right. This is what it would be like. I need to start using the damn drag and throw feature. Look at this. Look, you just... and it smooths it. Smoothly. It's just really hard to remember that that's a thing you can do, you know? Especially since it has this bad flickering thing. It feels like it's not supposed to be here. Like it just happens to work accidentally, but that is definitely not the case. Quite a bit of effort to integrate this sort of weighted, there's a curve in reducing the velocity of how much you move the screen, kind of a thing. So that was pepper? Was pepper the last thing I ordered? Yes, okay. Picking back up from pepper, we'll get some bread. Some ham pastry. Some lasagne. The other, what I would call popular fiction, and when I say, like, I haven't read, like, I've read all kinds of Charles Dickens, but it's like, those are classics. That's not popular fiction, you know, that's not, when I say popular fiction, I'm thinking, like, modern produced, you know, kind of stuff. The only other thing that I, you know, that I am aware that I've read and severely enjoyed. Severely. So enjoyable that I have to give it terminology as though it's a head injury. Severely enjoyed is the John Dies at the End novels. And actually, I'm technically in the middle of one that I just stopped reading. I bought it and I started reading it when the power was out one summer day or something like that. And I probably read like halfway through it in a single sitting because I enjoy the shit out of that stuff. Maybe there were 2 sittings something like that. But then the power came back on and I didn't come back to it. But that's my popular fiction reading. That's a series that I had been following because that's just really good stuff. The first 2 are incredible, and then, you know, the stuff that's after is like, and some more adventures with your favorite characters. And it's like, okay, that's fine, I guess, you know. You don't gotta push the goddamn boundary, break the fucking mold every time. It's alright. I do like these characters. We can continue having adventures. But the first 2 are like, oh my god. The first one just for introducing what's going on there, because it's like a Lovecraftian horror as administrated by and overseen by 90s slackers are the protagonists. They're the heroes of the adventure, facing down unspeakable, unimaginable, universal, cosmic entities, kind of things like that. And and so the first book is just amazing for introducing all of the stuff, introducing the world, and building into it. And then the second book is an incredible fucking work of art that takes something that it gives it a reason to exist, you know. It's like, it's not just really good, fun writing, telling an interesting story with a tone and an atmosphere and a smell, and it's not just for entertainment now. This book has things to say, and it gets dark. It gets dark in a way that the darkness of the first book, the sort of horror of the first book, the horror of the first book was always cut by sort of the comedy sensibilities of the author, who was the editor of Cracked magazine for for some time. I don't know if they are or are not anymore. But the second book is dark and brooding, and people die in ways that are like, just make you feel like this world is shit. You know? God damn it. Make you angry at existence. And it's so good. It has things to say about the way that we dehumanize each other. Is the theme of the second book, which, by the way, is called This Book is Full of Spiders. Seriously, Dude, Don't Touch It. That's the name of the book. The first book is called John Dies at the End, so having some fun with the titles. But yeah, that's the least, the most surface level thing is about how we dehumanize each other. Yeah. I guess it all ties into that. I was gonna like expand on that, but to expand on it is also to like get into it in a way that's like, I don't want to ruin anything that I'll stand here and tell you is really, really good and worth your time. So, if you're looking to pick up some, what is going on with the... Okay, that looks really weird from back there. Looking to pick up some fun reading that has a 90s mentality to it, especially. Like, that's a big part of it. It just has, it's a pair of slackers up against the cosmic horrors of the universe, and it has that 90s mentality. They're not idiot slackers. It's not a Bill and Ted kind of a thing. Although John is definitely portrayed a certain way. Have an extra penny, ma'am. We don't mind here. John is definitely portrayed as a little bit more of a flippant, who gives a shit kind of a guy, but he's not dumb. He's just he's trying to enjoy himself. Which means that his priority is to have a good time, and that doesn't necessarily mean being smart in a lot of situations. But yeah, it's really good series. There are like 3 different actors who played the role of Jack Ryan. Yeah, I feel like in Hunt for Red October it was a Baldwin, right? And then, you had, The Fugitive, which wasn't a Jack Ryan movie. I'm saying the guy who was the fugitive, whose name I can't remember, played Jack Ryan, right? In one of those movies. 69? 69. Alright. Nice. Who else has played Jack Ryan? Harrison Ford. Clear and Present Danger. There we go. Thank you, Jermaine. That's weird. Harrison Ford is such a different person in The Fugitive than I think of him in so many other roles that it's very like, that is Harrison Ford, isn't it? Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. Thank you for coming. Please shop again. Or something. Just close that up. Go check in on our scales. I said I was going to move them and I didn't. I can't remember to do it at the end of the day. Or the beginning of the next one. It's just gone from my mind. Chris Pine played Ryan in another movie? I wouldn't even recognize Chris Pine. This Lady Pawn and I have talked about this. She knows, you know, actors and stuff like that, and she can name who was who and you know, they were this in this movie and that in that movie and that kind of thing. And we have definitely determined that I do have some amount of face blindness. You know, the people who I do remember actually tend to have, you know, incredibly memorable voices, right? Your Jack Nicholsons and your Jimmy Stewarts and your Sean Connerys, and you know, they play specific characters and stuff like that. Your Christopher Walkens, and you know, I can't do a Walken. I used to be able to do a Walken impression. It's something you lose if you don't do it. But yeah, I think we've determined that I do have some amount of face blindness. But a big thing also is, like, beyond just having a generic face blindness, like, I remember you for you. I don't remember you because of how you look. Alright? And so if you don't have any personality, if the characters that you play don't have any personality, we just found out that, like, there's a lot of heartthrob, you know, people on both, you know, of all genders, who I'm just like, I wouldn't recognize. Like, I know the name, but I don't know what they look like. That everybody knows them. They're fucking Hollywood megastars, really. And it's like, are they? Because they don't ever play anybody who's got any character beyond, I am an attractive person. And I've got a role in this movie, you know? Especially with men, there's a whole subset of male actors in Hollywood who are just like generic GQ model. I look at this person, I say, you could be on the cover of any issue of GQ, and so you've been in some films, have you? It's like, yeah, they're major, they're in everything, man. It's like, oh, are they? Huh. I've probably seen movies with them in it, but I don't remember them. I don't know them by name. I don't recognize them here, you know, as from there, because they're just fucking generic bodies. They're people designed, you know, by commission. They were voted into existence in order to facilitate the production of Hollywood cinema. And I think Chris Pine is one of those. I don't know that, but I feel like Chris Pine it sounds like one of those names. It's like, I have no idea what they look like, but I hear the name a lot, so probably, you know, Walken is all cadence. Yeah. He's tough to do a good version of. He's easy to do a bad version of. It's easier to do like an impression of someone who does an impression of Walken than it is to do an impression of Walken. Chris Pine, Star Trek? Was he Kirk? Because I didn't see any of those movies, but I'll tell you, every time that I saw like an ad for that, the guy playing Kirk just looked like generic, you know, generically handsome actor. Nothing memorable about that, just what you'd expect. Yeah, I didn't see any of that stuff. I'm trying to remember who it was that we were talking about, Lady Pawn and I, just the other day when all this stuff came up, and it was like, you know, we were working out that I only remember you if you play characters that have depth, you know? Who was it? It was a British actor who could basically be anybody on Mad Men in terms of how he looks. He's done a bunch of those, you know, romance movies for the ladies. I mean, there's probably 24 people that could fit into. Chris Pine, son of Robert Pine, 70s to 80s TV actor, best known for Chips, TV series of the late 70s. Really? Robert Pine was Chips, huh? Yeah, I didn't watch a lot like that's Eric Estrada, is Chips as well, and I don't think I saw many episodes. So they line up on that side of the thing. But it was in reruns when I was, I was growing up, so I saw an episode or two. Seemed like honestly, sort of like the Baywatch progenitor had that kind of formula to it. So the idea is I want one that does that, but I want one that does the other way to let them go out that way as well. And so which side do they each go on? Like, it's got to face, one of them's got to face this way. Maybe even, I could have it as far as that. And then this one's got to face this way. But obviously they can't be like that. You gotta create a little pocket for a man to stand in without blocking the customer's access to the self-checkout. And without blocking the aisleway, which is people need to be able to walk through there. But I say it seemed like it was a progenitor to Baywatch, because I just remember a lot of scenes where it was weird that these motorcycle bike cops would end up on the beach, ride their motorcycles onto the beach to chase someone down where they'd be, zipping past big busted sexy ladies in bikinis and that kind of a thing. So there's a lot of Southern California beach titty on display in chips. Is what it seemed like to me anyway. I don't want you crowding them, but this is. What if this one's here, and this one's here? We've been through this too. Me trying to find a place that I like for putting these down, and what we found is that it doesn't exist. There is no place that I like it. And this sucks because then they're just lining up right here. I wanted them to have more of a line than that. If you had one that went like this, and they could line up to the left of it in that direction. Line up. And then this one would allow them to line up in that direction. But, it just doesn't work. None of it works. None of it's good. I need him to be able to access both of them from a same interior kind of a spot. Like the idea of having a line like that and having a line like this, and say you're there, and say you're there. It's just, no, it's nasty. I don't like it. I don't like it. So remember what we had before? Where they line up in weird ways? And it's bad and I hate it? It's not bad. I don't hate it, but it works is the thing. The main part of this is that it works. And it keeps my man right here, helping all three of the things that he does. So, damn it. I tried again. I at least gave it another shot at trying to sort that out. One product found expensive. Unless today was the day we found noodles, I think we're probably down to just one product that is mispriced. Bottled water prosciutto and blonde ale. Which of the bottled waters? This one. Down to $2.50. Prosciutto. It's here. Oh, Jesus. Dropped off precipitously. And then the blonde ale came back up. $3. guy, I saw some trash. I swear I saw some real trash. No? I guess I didn't see any real trash. Alright, let's do our order and get going. You guys still doing your thing out here? Are almost up to the point where we could consider buying into the next license. So, you know, we're getting there. We're not just whistling Dixie. We're not just juggling our nuts back around. You know, we're not just... We are whistling Dixie and juggling our nuts. We're just, we're not exclusively doing that. It's not all that's going on here. And we're coming up on the live stream break. And by the way, I have enjoyed this sort of switch over to simulator so much that I'm thinking like we could end up, whenever I burn out on Supermarket Simulator here, we could end up like exploring some other simulators. As I just like, you know, I like this. I like building something up from scratch, putting it together the way that makes sense to me. Not being pushed around by the game that wants me to upgrade my store before I need to space-wise at the beginning of the game, this game. I did like 3, 5, 6 hour episodes where I just didn't upgrade the store. I didn't need it. I need to spend money on that. The game was like, you're supposed to be exiting the tutorial, and I'm like, screw you, game. You don't know me. You're not my dad. My dad's not my dad. There are restaurant sims, airport sims. I am aware of Internet Cafe Simulator. That looks interesting. But I would want it to be like this brand of simulator, the like first person doing the work, growing the thing, making it happen. Airport Simulator, at least what I've seen of airport simulators is more like a, you know, you may be first person doing this stuff, but it's like, it's all there. It's all already been set up for you. You're a lackey running around doing what needs to be done to keep the things. I want to be growing and building and, you know, making the decisions around here. Damn it. I want to be the owner operator, not just some employee who's running around trying to keep up with the needs of a facility. I also have an idea for my own simulator for like making one. You know, I talk about Unreal. I'm taking this 3D course and everything like that, and I feel like I got a pretty decent idea for a pretty simple simulator. That just seems viable to me. It seems like you could go ahead and do that, and it would work. It would be it would be producible by one man, you know. Seems viable in all the ways that viable means. Run a burger place. That would be cool. Oh, I like that. Do they have a fast food simulator? But like, I want to grow it up from the ground, you know. I don't want to just walk in and be, I'm making $6.75 an hour flipping burgers for somebody else. But that sounds interesting. That's immediately a good idea for a game. If somebody hasn't made a good one yet, then we can make one. However, it would be a good idea to have that experience, to know what that's about. And I've never worked in fast food. I've never had to, you know, clean the fry-later out once a month or whatever. I've never... to ask some people. There is fast food simulator, of course there is. Alright. Steam powered Steam store, Steam Link. I shouldn't have opened the store. I could have looked at that in Thor. Seen what that's about. Let's see if I can still do it before the day gets too started. Copy the link. Get our live stream browser open. Just Thorium. Fast food simulator. Let's see some screenshots. Okay, yeah, with the flat screens at the stations. And the lots of space too, lots of interior space where you just walk around, nice big kitchen. Yeah, I don't feel like this is honest to the reality. Fast food is supposed to be like a narrow galley of oh good, you get to clean the bathroom stalls out and stuff. Cool. And there's a big entrance area where you just hang up your stuff. And I really don't feel like this is. It doesn't look like it's being honest to the experience. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a 8-foot wide corridor that's got a 4-foot wide set of grills and burners and the fry laters over you, and you got no space whatsoever. Like, isn't that the thing? That does actually raise the issue of what would the gameplay of Fast Food Simulator, like, where would it go in terms of progression if it's supposed to be this, if you want to have, like, the genuine experience, you move into a place that used to be a Taco Bell, right? And so the building still looks like Taco Bell buildings used to look like, but now you've got to put your theming on it for your fast food restaurant. Taxi sim. That's just driving around, and it's just it's like Euro Truck, but in a car. Unless, like, you have to make awkward small talk with people. Well, what's the gameplay of Taxi Simulator? Uber Simulator. Card Shop Simulator, Taxi Life, a city driving simulator. So that would mainly just be like, you would model in great detail, like 3 major cities that you would hope would have the most interest from people who live in those cities who want to see them in 3D, or from people who want to know what New York City is like to drive around in, or something like that. So NYC, Chicago, Paris, I don't know. Just model them in hyper-realistic detail of from the driver's perspective, anyway. Card Shop Sim looks like a clone of Supermarket Sim. Yeah, as open as it is apparently to be able to mod this game, you could turn this game into anything else without having to clone it. But, if you want to sell it, then you gotta just steal someone else's idea. Need help. You look like you're already blasted and it's the beginning of the day. This might be a holiday. One of them in-game holidays where people show up early and often, and we're just slammed all day. $90.06. Thank you very much. Please come again. Get the hell out of my store. $21.50. It's not worth my time ringing up. Get the hell out. Thank you, Miss Spears. I don't know who she's supposed to be. Doesn't look like Brittany to me, but 38. And then some amount of change. 26. Sir, I gotta hit the lights. I gotta turn the lights on. Be right back. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Give me your money and get the fuck out of this. Nice order. Big, fat, yeah, $176.40 order. Couldn't find carrots, though. To go with your beer, to your kegs of beer, sir. You're gonna hollow it out and dip. Or, you know, suck through the carrot as a straw. It doesn't make beer healthy, sir. Schedule 1 free sample. What? What would that be? This game night might be up your alley. Schedule 1 free sample. So Schedule 1 would be a type of drug. Be a drug dealer. Okay. Is that what it's about? So Schedule 1 free sample is reference to, you know, how you break into the bit. You got to give some away for free. Get people hooked. Let people know what kind of scante you're dealing, Mr. White. You know, I'm telling you, it's the bomb, yo. I'm the blowfish. We just saw that episode. Reopen that. Make sure you can hold out for the rest of the day here, because it seems like we're getting slammed. But I might be wrong about that. You rang? Right. How's your hair? It's still transparent, sir. Your hair is still transparent. You're gonna have to work on that. Whatever it is you're putting in there.
Ump into the streets of Highland Point and take the first steps from small-time dope pusher to kingpin. Manufacture and distribute a range of drugs to reach the peak of the underworld. Now available in 4-player co-op.
Manufacture as well? This doesn't sound like it's a first-person thing. Four-player co-op. Sounds like maybe more of a top-down. Just because when you say manufacture, like, they usually try and stay away from actually telling you how you make this stuff, right? So if it's like first person and you're taking a 50 milliliter, 500 milliliter round bottom flask and you're putting your Sudafed into it, it's like, this might be giving out an education that we don't. Be hard to get that listed on Steam. Like, actually, I don't think it would be hard to get it listed on Steam. It would be easy to get it pulled from Steam, is what I think I mean to say. Jump into the streets of Highland Point and take the first steps from small-time dope pusher to kingpin. I'm just, you know, he just read it. I get to read it now. Manufacture and distribute a range of drugs to reach the peak of the underworld. Now available in 4-player co-op. Produce a range of drugs to satisfy your customers, each one with its own unique production process. Discover special recipes to create new drug variants with special properties. It's the chili pea is my signature, Mr. White. You need a live stream break. I need a live stream break. You might not need one. I need one. What am I doing? You know where the coffee goes. Actually, we just moved it, so I don't know where the coffee goes. It goes there. Yeah, I need a live stream break. Closing the store. On the next day, 1 not found, 1 too expensive. Damn it. We're up to 12 grand. Orange juice. I'm just gonna change this from the computer. I don't got mind energy for that right now. I need my live stream break. I want my MTV. Could also be maybe people are just complaining about things being expensive on the occasional items that I've got that are like a penny over market. You know, I've done that in a number of different places. So maybe we don't have a mispricing anymore. Maybe it's just somebody's like really uptight about having to pay an extra penny. There were 4 items listed that needed price changes, and there's 1. There's 2. Okay. There's 3. And there's 4. Alright, it didn't feel like I had changed all the prices. I'll place my order so that we go to the live stream break. My boys will be shelving it. I'll get my order going for you. Go again, yawn. Off stream. And maybe something, a little snack. A little salty snack to keep me going. It'd be nice. Or we'll see. We come back. We end the live stream early. That's another thing. Just like, boom, we've been here for 2 hours. Hey, when's the last time I did a really short stream like that? You know? I could use it, man. Look at how much I'm yawning. I'd like to spend some time with my wife. She's not my wife yet, but she's my wife. The only reason she's not my wife is because it takes money and health to get married. And I don't have either. I show you my 3D work before we go to live stream break. I'll show you my my latest project that we're on this week. This is the first like week and a half assignment, so there might be enough time to like do. The sad thing about it is that like I don't know the format of this 3D course is just very. There's just so much looseness to it. Like it's too loose. It's too open. The assignments are kind of willy-nilly. So, like, it would be nice if I were making my own thing this week, in this week's assignment. But in order to, like, be actually taking the course, you have to be taking, like, it's a whole other course that constitutes, I don't know how many hours of video and how many hours of work that go into this environment blender course that already existed. Did I click on the chips already? Did I buy chips? Yeah, Chippo's chips. Yep, I already got them, okay. So the amount of time that it takes to like just go through the lessons of this other course, which is the whole point, it's what you're learning, is so much that like by the end of doing it, I'm not going to have the time to like make my own project. I'm just going to have the time to like adapt the project that we've been making in the other course that is supplemental to this course. That's the required reading of this course kind of a thing. So yeah, it's all been kind of like that, where it's like, do your own thing, but we haven't really made it possible for you to do your own thing if you're actually, like, you know, learning this stuff, which is who would be taking the course if they already knew this stuff? it's not, the pacing isn't right. The pacing is very not right. And it's like, you could balance that out if the course weren't asking us to do things to, you know, make this your own and do your own creative. If it were just like, you know, run through that, but then it wouldn't really be a live course. I don't know about this course, honestly. Like, the whole concept is a little bit flawed. The more that I think about it, I guess what it comes down to is it's a way for them to sell other courses that they've already developed to a new batch of people and bring in a whole bunch of money at once. And when I think of it, like, from their perspective as a product to market, it makes sense. When I think of it from my perspective as a student, it doesn't really, it's everything and nothing. It's nothing and everything all at once. There's no cohesion to it. But for them, it was $1 million to make in, you know, with a commitment of like an 8-week commitment where we're going to work for 2 months and make $1 million. Because that's about how many students, you know, paid the $300 for the course. Is they brought in $1 million worth of revenue. So that makes sense. But as a teaching and a learning thing, it's not cohesive. It's like, do all of these other courses that you now have access to, but don't do all of them because you don't have time to do all of them. You clearly don't. So just pick up at section 2, unless you need to do all of them, unless you have no experience in this stuff at all. Then go back to the beginning. But if you don't, then you can just start in the middle at like section 2 and stuff. And then later we're going to actually come back to that section. And it's going to turn out that you needed to do more of that section, or else you're not going to have the assets available from, if you didn't already make the rocks and trees from this section. When we get to this section, that section is going to tell you to do this section, and then that section is going to reference that section, so you're going to have to do that section. It's just not cohesive. It's very not cohesive. And it doesn't seem like they've done the kind of, like, sit down and think about it and do the math on it and say to yourself, so for every 10 minutes, say, of video content that we expect the student to go through in this section, how long do we expect that to take for the student in real life? Because watching 10 minutes of material is not the same as watching 10 minutes of a lecture and then in the lecture being asked to do 20 minutes worth of work. So what you would want to do is sort of like go through your catalog and say, okay, we have in this course this week, we're going to be asking the student to go through, well, this actually adds up to 8 hours of video in the course, and then there's another hour worth of video in the, daily assignments. And so 9 hours worth of video. Then 9 hours worth of video, we, have figured out that every hour worth of video should amount to whatever it is. Like, that's the thing, is you figure out that ratio. Like 10 minutes of watching, of the video that you're reviewing as part of the exercise, then it asks you to do an exercise in it. So every 10 minutes, maybe there's 20 minutes of work, so it adds up to 30 minutes worth of work, which means for every 60 minutes, if 10 minutes equals 30 minutes, then every 60 minutes equals, you do that math, and you figure out like how many hours per week that is, and then you say, is that, and then you target like how much work you think anyone should be putting into this. And since you're selling this to people who mostly will have jobs and stuff like that, you don't want to undercut it. You don't want to be like a 10-hour a week. No, you want to give like a 30-hour a week target, right? We expect you to put 30 hours a week into the course. And if you can't, that's fine. You'll just be behind, and that's okay. But you have to have an idea from the start. You have to have a premise, and it has to be based on math and not just, your gut feelings and shit like that. And so you do the math and you figure these numbers out, and you figure out, okay, we want to be giving them 30 hours of work per week to do, per seven days, because people are going to be doing this in their off, not a 5-day week, 7-day week, 30 hours. And then you give, an appropriate amount of course material in order to try and hit that number. I don't feel like any of what I've just described was done with this course, this Game Dev TV course. I feel like they just kind of, I don't know, like they just gut fired what they thought would probably maybe be good for it, kind of thing. I don't feel like they've done math and I don't feel like they can really justify it. And so it feels just very non-cohesive. an incredible amount of value, nonetheless. Like the amount of courses that you get access to for the money here. You know, it's a full education in Blender and in 3D modeling. And now, before we go to the live stream break, I'll show you the whatever it is that I've happened to have here, a couple of renders. Yeah, so join me over here, and then wait for me to manage to get out of the game somehow. This, and we do D, that minimizes everything. Twitch back up. Because they are selling a course for profit. Yeah, it makes sense when I think about it from their perspective, and they're just trying to make money. It doesn't hold together when I consider it from the perspective of providing an educational experience to the students. You know, like you need to be. I just don't think that Game Dev TV thinks about their material in terms of like it's a syllabus and your teachers, and you know, it's like they just hire YouTubers who make tutorial videos and then string together an awkward. It's like you gotta, if you're selling stuff that you can get for free on YouTube, you gotta go the extra mile. You gotta be fucking educators, right? No. All right. No, then. I'm just pulling up the latest stuff here from the course. So, I think I've shared with you Dobby. This is at the beginning of the course, we did a little bit of sculpt work and just one of the daily assignments, you know, hey, here's some sculpting ideas for how to make a face, which is kind of random for considering what the rest of the course was about. Why aren't you guys seeing this? Why aren't you seeing this? We're in the scene. I've got this up. Alright, come back to this scene. Alright, it's up in this scene, but it's not up in the... That doesn't seem right. But you've seen my Dobby. My little quick face sculpt. Whatever. This is what we've been working on this week. And it's supposed to be just an environment scene, so we're putting together sort of modular assets that you can pepper around an environment and just put together, you know, some detailed kind of thing where you got buildings, you got vegetation, you got terrain, that kind of thing. So it started here with you know, my design, and then we go up to here, and this is basically like I'm just following along with the coursework, so there's not a lot of creativity in here. A little bit with the textures and stuff like that. And then got up to adding the terrain and positioning things and, you know, playing with the camera. This is early. I haven't really thought about how my camera is going to be set up here in this shot. This is, you know, potential camera work, but now I've brought in some trees that have been made in a very sort of game-style tree where you're working with 2D planes and stuff like that, alphas. And then I think this is where I've left off on it. I've done a little bit more work that hasn't been captured here, made things look a little bit better than this, and also this didn't capture the lighting that I've got set up, because apparently the render layer was still checked, you know, was still hidden. But so this is where I've left off on this thing. And I've got like one more section worth to get through in this course. And then I'll have completed like the scene that they had me do. But the assignment, you know, and I keep saying it's not cohesive. The assignment is to make your own environment scene, and then but there's just all this sort of wishy-washy, like, but if you're, you know, if you're ready to, if it's like make your own environment scene, but you know, you've got to take this course in order to know what you're supposed to be doing, right? Like that's the point of the course, is to be taking the tutorial videos and learning these lessons that are in them. And so, but make your own environment, but you've got to do all this coursework, and this coursework takes time, and you've got a week and a half to do it. So by the time you're done with the coursework, like I'm going to have 2 days to make my own scene, where going through all of the tutorials just took like 5 to 6 days to make one while I was having my handheld. Now I'm going to produce one, and like, it just doesn't feel cohesive. It doesn't feel like they've thought about the pacing. It doesn't feel like they've done the math. Game Dev TV. I just expect more. I expect better, because pretty much everything they're offering is available for free on YouTube. You could find somebody who's making tutorial videos that you could just watch and get all of the same education. It's just more organized. So yeah, it's weird. We'll keep, talking about it when we come back from this live stream break, 7-minute live stream break. We'll get back to Supermarket Simulator, where we're almost ready to buy another license, I should think. At the end of this day, maybe we've got the money for it. We'll find out 7 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. Stick with me. Finding the music, trying to get it. It's really hard to navigate. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. I'm just settling back in. I had one of those cherry or strawberry and the pink applesauce. I had a pink applesauce during the live stream break. What did you have during the live stream break? I know we all had something or someone. Welcome back to the thing that we're doing. Shut up. Thank you. And then wait. And I get the microphone back up, but then I have to go view, always on top, turn it off, view, always on top, turn it back on, and now it will stay always on top. Why aren't you full screened? There we go. And then you. Alright, we're in. I'm here. And Paula Pena's here too. And Dramacian had nothing? You had nothing during the live stream break? What the hell? You just sat there staring at be back in a minute? Come on. Paula Pena, how you doing? Yo, Mr. White. Yo. You kidding me with the I don't have room for this beer? I got room for this. I don't got room for this beer. 664. The goose drank wine. The monkey chewed tobacco on the streetcar line. I got 3 places for beer and I overbought on the beer. Well, hell. So where are we in Supermarket Simulator? We're back up after having, bought into the licenses for all this liquor. My whiskey, my wine, my new vodka, my extra ales, extra all that kind of thing. We've got 2 pieces of trash that are just stuck to the ground permanently now. Little bug since the last update. Seems that you get one new piece of trash every time that you open up the store. You open up the game, you get 1 piece of trash stuck to the ground that you can't. But in case you missed it since you missed last live stream, and you're just showing up now, they gave us a great big new city, which is cool. However, it has forced us to go to low quality video mode because it's not exactly optimized at this point. And the other downside of it is that our store is now on a strode. Which it really does bother me quite a bit. This is a strode. This is a 4-lane with parking on either side thing that is just, it's deadly for pedestrians. This is what's wrong with America's infrastructure, is where we are right here. This is car culture forced upon you. You have to have a vehicle. In part because it's just fucking unsafe to walk these fucking streets. It's unsafe, You don't want cars parking and going and parking and going and parking. People pulling in and pulling out and hoping that you're just hoping that they see you. Where's the bike lane, by the way, huh? Where's the bike lanes? Huh? You don't got no bike lanes here, which means the bikes are meant to ride in the same lane as the car traffic. These giant fucking deadly-ass roads that we've got all these little bodegas and shops on, so it's like, this is where pedestrians are supposed to be, except not! It's everything that's wrong. Everything that's wrong with American, what did I say, infrastructure. I sound like I'm just making shit up as I go along. Even when I am, because I always am. I can't say when I'm not. I'm never not. Shoot, I felt like I had a topic of conversation that we were either coming back to or that I had come up with during the live stream break. And no, I'm just in the weeds. I got nothing. So what else has been going on out there, huh? You guys tell me what happens beyond my twin-size mattress and the 3D course I'm taking. That's all I've got to talk about. What? The first customer of the day was a shoplifter? Bitch, where do you live? Actually, they used to run to certain doors, and now the city's changed, so let's follow this hoe back to her place. She's got a good Oh, okay, that doesn't seem right. She's got a good stride in her run, though. She's very casual about it. I'm just running home from having shoplifted. Do. Like, this is how she jogs. Holy shit, lady, where are you going? Huh? You leaving the fucking... We going to the Bronx? What the... There we go. Oh my god. I'm supposed to be running a store today. I can't... See how deadly these things are? I almost got hit. No. Oh! Wait a second. Can I get in? Can I get in? Fucking... this platformer sucks. It's so sticky. No, I'm not allowed to go over. Damn it. Alright. What? You'll buy 84 whiskey. Who's got 84 whiskey lying around? Shut up with your I'll buy your shit. Tornadoes in the Midwest and the South. Really? I guess the weather did break, but doesn't mean that... Oh, it spilled all over the place. Look at this. Why is it always got to mean tornadoes? Damn government with their flat earth and their manufacturing tornadoes, their contrails, or whatever, chemical, with their boats and the planes that go around and the, turning the friggin' frogs gay. Fucking, it's unnatural. What are you doing? Chocolate bars that you couldn't put on the shelf. I wondered what happened if this happened. And it probably means that somebody comes along. Oh no. So it's, I have to, we've done this before, haven't we? I have to take it from him. That's it. If someone else tries to rob us, he wouldn't have been ready to beat him in the head. Yeah, as I've got absolutely nothing new to talk about other than we got Breaking Bad. We've been watching, so we got Breaking Bad. It's like you gotta go to memory then. Where what do we talk about that's like from back in the day? You know, we did the Zen shit the other day. We talked about my Zen Zen career. Talk about the dead letters. Dead Letters was the Detroit punk rock band that was myself. Kyle McBee was the lead singer. Greg Aubrey was bassist. I was on drums. Brandon Fry was on one of the guitars. And Nick... I know Nick's last name. Nick... I haven't seen Nick in ever. I don't think I ever met Nick. We were in the band together for years. I don't think I ever met Nick. Nick was another one of the guitars, and they kind of traded off lead guitar status. I don't know if we had a lead guitarist. We just had, you know, both guitarists could play lead. Yeah, we were Dead Letters, as a reference to the idea that there's undelivered mail. That's called. We actually started out calling ourselves the Dead Letter Office, in fact, and then just ended up going to Dead Letters. But it's the idea of the undeliverable mail ends up going to the Dead Letter Office. And it's just sitting there now, you know, and very, very sort of political band in terms of what Kyle liked to write our lyrics about and stuff like that. Kyle McBee actually ran, if you look up like the political history of Michigan in elections and stuff like that. Kyle, our lead singer, ran for something under the Green Party because he was you know, a member, active, showing up to meetings and stuff like that, and they got to a point where they just needed somebody to be on the ballot, needed a name on the ballot for the Green Party, and nobody else volunteered, so he did. So there's like articles that have been written about Kyle McBee, the spoiler. He spoiled something, like the Democrats lost because whenever the Democrats lose, they never acknowledge that, hey, maybe we're out of touch with our fucking constituency. Maybe we're a bunch of elites sort of ruling from on high and telling them what they're going to have and who they're going to have to vote for and all that kind of stuff. Maybe we should run genuine, like, I don't know, primaries and engage with our actually constituents. But no, what they like to do is they find someone or something else to blame. And this year, it was the fact that there was an alternative option other than the Democrats. You know, some people voted Green because they don't want to vote for these bastards. Go ahead and just take the extra penny, it's fine. And so, yeah, there's articles from, like, the Oakland Press and Detroit, I don't know, there's newspapers around here that talk about Kyle McBee, the spoiler of the something-something election. If only the Green Party hadn't have, tried to participate with supposed democracy, then the Democrats would have won. Maybe, but they didn't. Every fucking election with the Democrats there. Milk something. Milk, I saw milk 8-pack. That's what it said. She said milk 8-pack was too expensive for her. Jesus fucking Christ, it is. Yeah, how did that happen? We might have just found the last thing in the store that needed to have its price changed, though. Hooray. So yeah, dead letters. Oh. I thought it was 31. It's 21. What's there to say about dead letters? We definitely sounded like older music a lot of the time. Like, we sounded like punk from the 80s and rock from, with 70s inspirations and stuff like that. And we also were just kind of weird. We did whatever we wanted to, the songs fell out of us. We came up with our music by jamming. And we were, some of my best memories of playing with the band was just, doing the jam band thing. And the songs that I occasionally play, on the stream here to fill the breaks that are from our days, playing tend to be songs that they're not recorded, they're just basement recordings that we were doing, and they're of, like, my favorite jam sessions, really. Like the one that we ended up calling Bullets, 2 in the clip, however many on the floor. And this was just like Kyle ranting, reading from his notebook of lyrics and stuff like that, and poetry, as we were just jamming on some licks that we were doing. But yeah, we had a classic rock sound that also had modern sensibilities, and we did some crazy stuff that was just like, I don't know what this is, but I like it. I just gave blood today, so please be nice to me. And now I hear Productions Rhythm, and that was actually called, shit, what is it? It's a very college level concept. Of like how you control a populace, or you control a narrative kind of a thing. It ends with X, it's fucking goddamn it. Word won't come to me. Productions Rhythm. Now I hear Productions Rhythm. Dialectics. That was the name of that song, and I started that song with yeah, it was the drums opened that song, and I opened with a like snare rim dance kind of a thing. Like I was doing a drum roll on the snare, that was loose enough for me to sort of switch back and forth between hitting the rim and hitting the snare, and it was just this very like almost calypso kind of thing that was happening on the drums that established the rhythm, and then the kick came in, it was just boom, 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 and then the guitar's coming in, it's just like what's happening here musically, but it did make you like, okay, this is what's happening. What are we doing? Let's go. One of my favorite songs that we did was called An Old Football Injury, and I think that was the best that Kyle had written, and just had such a dark tone to it and stuff like that. But Kyle didn't like to do it because it was very like real for him. Let's see, mozzarella cheese has changed in price. His lyrics were about, actually having a crack in his skull because of football players who beat him up as a kid, just picking on, a small kid, and they put a crack in his skull that's like created a permanent like disability, like a pain that will always be with him, and that kind of a deal that he has to cope with. And he wrote some words for it, and we did the song, and it was fucking awesome, epic, great. But he didn't like to do it because it was an emotional experience to actually perform the song. We had a 12-minute ballad called the 9/11 Blues that was never the same twice. We never performed it the same way twice because it was 12 minutes long. There would be a lot of jamming from us, from the players of the band, and then Kyle also would mix up the lyrics and improvise stuff, just political ranting about the state of America, which at that point was we were living through the Bush years of the anti-terror, all that movement, all of the bullshit and lies and wars that were being fought against people who had nothing to do with anything, and political theater of the TSA and all of that was happening, and it was, there was schism in the country between the people who were just like so shell-shocked from what had happened on September 11th that they were like, yeah, fuck it, let's go, let's conquer the world, let's burn let's everything. Very understandable response, but schism in the country between the people who were like, switching political parties because they wanted to burn the whole fucking country down, or burn the whole world down in retribution. And the people who were, still had their intelligence and sense and wit about them, and are saying, who was actually responsible? Why are we invading Iraq if Afghanistan and Bin Laden and Taliban and what, and by the way, why did this plane go down like this, and how did this one manage to hit the Pentagon? And are you fucking kidding me that we didn't scramble F-16s after the first two fucking hit, and with it 4 of them, and that kind of thing, and a lot of questions about the competency of the American military, and like, would you admit that? Like, I still, having lived through 9/11, I still don't know what to say about those, what happened that day in terms of like some shit. I don't know, man. Something, false flag is very still on the table for me in terms of what the hell was that? Like, when just the idea that someone could fly a plane in and hit the fucking Pentagon, it's like, are you kidding me? What? It's Washington, D.C. The whole place, like, don't we have a fucking bubble of constant protection around it? And once there's already been several strikes and several, like, you've given the order to down something, you see something flying in, you don't fucking knock it out of the air. This is just, it's all so unbelievable. It's such a level of incompetence from a overly militarized state that spends so much money on it and is ready to fucking, you know, bomb anything kind of a thing. And then in the moment that we needed somebody to pull a trigger and press a button and act when they were supposed to, everybody's was just, like I was telling that story about the 3 people watching the person driving the van to make sure she doesn't back up into something. The whole fucking military was watching, boom! Like, and you're just watching, you're just standing there. The fuck? Like, was it truly, like, that much fucking incompetence? Or was this intentional? Was this, you know, was there some amount of complicity? And I'm not saying that, like, somebody from the interior necessarily, like, planned kind of thing. I'm not, like, that level of conspiracy. I'm just saying the genuine real history of the United States of America is littered with the CIA knowing shit was going to go down and then going, maybe we'll just let that happen. And it just seems like I don't know how everything that happened on September 11th, 2001 could have possibly happened without, you know, some people having made a decision to allow a portion of this shit to happen. And then there were definitely, you know, a number of lies. What? No. Did I? Oh, I started the day. Shit. Was I supposed to? Did I place the order already? Am I screwed now? Go to the top and see. Yeah, you didn't place the order. You were wandering around. Just talking. I just have to do this fast is all. Get on top of it, make sure we got what we need. The plane that the passengers took down, I don't know about that, y'all. I don't know about that. That sounds like the kind of story that you manufacture. I think I have having been there and listened to and looked at all the information and seen what was being circulated and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to ask you this question. If the American military were forced to shoot down a plane full of passengers because they didn't know whether or not it had been hijacked, or they were sure that it had been hijacked and they had to shoot down a plane that had like 160-something people, American citizens on board it, and they just had to blow it out of the sky with all of those innocent people on board, do you think that they would just, like, acknowledge that? You think that this military structure, that, the last thing that I remember was they murdered someone in the Middle East who was, like, you know, had bottles of water in his trunk and was working, like, a good guy, and they murdered him and his family and then spent a month denying it. We had the video circulating, and they kept denying that, no, he was a terrorist. They kept, like, saying this man that they murdered was a terrorist, defiling his name after they accidentally murdered him. They didn't give a fuck about that. Do you think that this military structure, if they shot a plane full of Americans, citizens, out of the sky, because they had to, because it was what needed to happen for the security of the nation, do you think that they would acknowledge that? Or do you think that they would, I don't know, come up with a hero story where actually the passengers were the ones who knocked the plane down out of the sky? Yeah, that's they took the plane back, and and it's not just, you know, a what if kind of a thing. Like, there were a lot of reasons to think that that's what happened that aren't just, well, that seems unlikely. It's just been a long time, and I kind of don't want to drag down into all of it. But there's lies abounded around 9/11. Lies and manipulations, and people took power and got to do things that the American people never would have been on board for before, and, you know, And when you look at the events of that day and like how it just kept coming, it kept happening, more, and more, and it's like, who's in charge? Who is it with the guns and the bombs and the things? And then the story they end up telling just makes them, you know, it makes our military and our intelligence structure look completely fucking incompetent from top to bottom, left to right, all over. Every single layer of America is just useless. And, you know, that's a really good image to present if you want to massively militarize the, you know, if you want to get the American people to give you permission to just fucking spend every tax dollar on guns and bombs and weapons for the next 20 years. There's a lot that came out of 9/11 that benefited, you know, certain people who have the power to arrange things in such a way as works out for them. And like I say, it doesn't take somebody, you know, cackling evilly and plotting it all and planning it all out and sitting there and concocting it. It just takes, oh, there's this, the CIA knowing, okay, they've got a plot to do this kind of a thing. Now, we could prevent it, or it might be in the best interest of this agency for our funding. You know, like these are, and I'm making shit up. Like this is evidentiary in terms of like how the CIA has generally operated throughout its history. You know, look at how Cuba and shit like that, and it's not like coming out of nowhere with, oh, how could you possibly think? And let's see. Not believing it would happen and different agencies not talking to each other is how it just keeps going and going and going all day long. How it just keeps, I mean, it wasn't all day long, but it was like just hour after hour, and then you look at the timelines that they say, yeah, and then we did scramble F-16s at this point, but it's like there's just so many buts. So many buts. They weren't going to do it. No one would want to take the blame if they were wrong. Foreign planes couldn't care less. American planes, different story. When things are hijacked and whatnot is what you're talking about. Yeah. And the people started reporting non-events. There's a lot of terror, fear-mongering kind of stuff, and, you know, Americans are now surveilled, in a way that, that was very much illegal until after September 11th. And I believe there's also, like, a number of programs that just are illegal, but are being allowed to proceed anyway, because nobody really wants to... No one wants to make an issue out of them, right? There's something with Rainbow or something like that I've heard about. But that's a weird one. You know, we're stretching, we're trying to find things to talk about here. We managed to find our way to 9/11 because the Dead Letters had a song, you know. The band that I was in had a song called 9/11 Blues. And definitely had a very bluesy sound to it. I don't think I liked that song as I'm thinking back on it, you know. It was long, slow, uninteresting. I mean, for me, as you know, sitting behind the drums, there just wasn't a lot going on to it. And then whenever I tried to add something to it to make it more interesting, it frequently it just didn't fit. You know, it was a song that just refused to be complicated in a way that would keep me entertained. Regrets from the band. I guess, like, the thing is, I broke the band up. We were on the verge of, potentially, you know, breaking into something, right? Of becoming known and having like something on our resume as a band that we could then say that, and it would open doors. And it was going to be that we were going to open for the Parliament Funkadelic on their return to Michigan. That you didn't try to get a record contract. We were gonna open for the Parliament Funkadelic. They hadn't been back to Michigan for years and years after they were like run out on, I don't know. They had some kind of conflict either with, maybe it was even like with the police with some marijuana charges or something like that, and they just said, fuck Michigan, we're not coming back to Michigan. They'd been not in the state. They hadn't played in the state for 20 years. They were coming back for the first time, and thanks to contacts that Kyle had made, we had the opportunity, if we could sell enough tickets, to open for Parliament Funkadelic, which, if you don't know, they're fucking historic band. They're important, and we're just this little nothing Detroit band, local band, having the opportunity to open for them and play on a big stage in front of a crowd, probably a 5-digit crowd, would have been a major thing. And I broke the band up before that happened, because it was sort of the impetus of recognizing that this was now not just going to be a thing that we did as friends, and we were playing, making the music, doing the band. This was going to turn into something. This was going to go places. This was going to be career, kind of stuff. And it was, in that moment where I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want this to be what I'm doing. I didn't feel it. So bleach and 6-pack of lager need to change. I don't know which bleach it is. We got 9 fucking bleaches over here. Looks like it's this one. And then the 6-pack of one of these. Looks like you were right. What about you? You've dropped. Yeah, I realized that I didn't want to go down whatever road it was that was ahead of us there. Actually had a kind of a breakthrough moment where we were just after a night of like, we probably practiced that night and then had a bunch of, probably drank a lot, got real drunk, and then went and was sobering ourselves up at the Coney Island across the street from what we called the Hideout, which was where we practiced, basement space in a big old house that Kyle was renting a room in, I think. When Nick and I were sitting over there just sobering up, eating some food, getting some breakfast, at 2 a.m. or whatever after an evening of intoxication, I just started crying. Like, my eyes just started dripping tears, and it just, whatever it was, overwhelmed me. I didn't feel like I was thinking about anything. I was just like, I got steamrolled by something, by emotion, and recognized that this is not what I want. I'm not going down a road that I want to go down. And so, like, after that was the moment that I made the decision that, I'm not doing this. I'm not going forward with this. There's something else that I need to do, and it was having made that decision that got me to track down all of the other things and all the other paths that led to the Zen Center, which is what I did, what I feel like that's what I was looking for. That's what I did need to do. And I had to leave the band in order to do it, and I had to leave the band at the moment where the band was, had the opportunity to, it was a 5-piece band, and everybody there was hoping to make a career out of making music. And I just realized that I wasn't hoping to make a career out of making music. So yeah, I screwed my boys over on that one pretty hard. But the other thing is that if I have to think that they didn't, that at least some of them were looking for an out from that situation as well. Because, like, you know, I was a drummer, and I had a very specific style, and it's being incredibly good and not good at drums at the same time. Like, untrained, self-trained, it's a weird thing that I had. When I listen back to me drumming in the past, I'm like, oh my god, I was good. And also, that's sloppy. You know, I had a very specific style, but it's not like they could have gotten somebody to do what I was doing. We had recordings of all of our songs, and this shit happens in the industry. You know, somebody gets sick while you're on tour, you just call up a drummer to do the gig, and they could have gotten another drummer quite easily, a very good drummer. They could have like grabbed up and said, here's our songs, learn them, because they had the Parliament Funkadelic show, you know, in hand, right? It's a thing. It could be happening. So you lay that at the feet of a drummer who wants to make a career in music, and yeah, I will learn all these songs. Yep, we can do this. And, you know, they could have run with it without me. But I just gotta feel like I have to guess anyway that you know, Kyle probably really did want it to happen, but the other boys were probably a bit intimidated by the situation as well, and knew what kind of, you know, it's a locking in moment. It's like, okay, this is what I'm doing now, and is it what you want to lock into? So I wouldn't necessarily call it a regret. It's important that I didn't do that, but you know, it did suck for for the rest of my band. I definitely recognize it as a rug pull moment. But like, another one of the real good things that came out of me breaking up the band at that moment is it probably kept Kyle McBee from kept him alive. So last thing I did was bleach. It was this bleach. Keep going from here. Kyle was just very self-destructive, and the more attention that he got as the lead singer of the band, the wilder that he got, and he was doing some hard drugs, or, you know, occasionally and stuff like that, and he was on a self-destruction, you know, course, and I don't think any amount of fame would have been a good thing. More access to illicit substances, more attention, more that would not have kept Kyle McBee alive. And I'm happy to say that he is still with us, and every time that I've heard anything about him has been an upbeat thing about a man getting his life together, and yeah. So things happen, you know. It's that Charlie Wilson's War quote, or that story about the idea of the Indian kid who's supposed to go to war, but he breaks his leg. It's, oh, he broke his leg, that's a bad thing. Yeah, but he was supposed to go to war. Oh, yeah. And it all just comes back to, we'll see. We'll see. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Oh, he broke his leg, that's awful. Oh, a war broke out, now he can't go because his leg is broken. Oh, that's a great thing. Is it? We'll see. We'll see. I think I can open now. touring, try to get a livable gig. Yeah, I don't know where that would have gone, but it didn't. I don't know. Something snuck up on me. Maybe it was my pre-Zen, my psychic future predicting abilities. Is just like, the road we're about to go down is not a good one. I have to break this. I have to stop this before it happens. That's a fun way to rationalize. But we made some real interesting music. We grew a small fan base. We were making a political statement at the time. There was actually one night when I was in the Dead Letters. We would spend a lot of time at that Coney Island or whatever it is that was across from the hideout. Was it even there? It might have been somewhere else, but it was one of those coffee shops on a late night. And I somehow got into a booth conversation with a stranger, somebody I didn't know, young guy, who somehow we started chatting, and I sat down in the booth with him, we were chatting, and by the end of that night, I had convinced that man to join my revolution. I had convinced him that we cannot allow what George W. Bush is doing to this country to continue. We have to strike back, and it's going to require people who are willing to do whatever it takes. And I just remember that kid sitting across from me and going, "I'm ready, man. I'm ready." One night, I just recruited a kid to a fucking, violent revolution, overthrow of the American government at Coney Island. And I never saw him again. We had that conversation, and for all I know, he was like a CIA agent trying to catch up to me. That they'd been like looking at the things I'd been posting online or something, like, this guy's a problem. That's a fun memory. The day that I recruited somebody to a revolutionary force that didn't exist yet. Doing 10 to 15 in the big ass now. Yeah. Other stories from the Dead Letter days was when I say Kyle McBee was self-destructive at that time, and it was probably good that the band broke up. One of our shows, he broke a beer bottle on stage. He had ripped his shirt off sometime earlier on stage. He broke a beer bottle open and used the broken end to slice his own chest open. Live in front of an audience. And I, after the show, I didn't know that was going on. I'm the drummer, I'm behind the drums, I'm paying attention to the skins, and, he's just a back to me at that point. But at the end of the night, I was the guy who got the privilege of putting cortisone or whatever on, putting some kind of, anti-infection kind of cream into Kyle McBee's wounds and bandaging him up in the chest scar that he just made. And we used to like end the shows in those punk rock ways. Like everybody would start slamming their equipment around and breaking shit and whatnot, and I'd kick my drums over. And one night I grabbed the crash cymbal on the stand, just grabbed the stand with one stick in my hand and went running through the audience doing the final shh, that final just roll on the thing. I ran into the audience doing it, and they were like all parting like the Red Sea to let me through, and then one guy was just standing there, I guess having a conversation with somebody somehow while we were doing this crazy wild outro. He was just standing there with his back, and I was running full speed, and I got up to him and just had to stop, and he like turned around and looked at me with a weird look on his face. So I just turned around and ran back to the stage because I had definitely met the end of the runway. Like, this guy's like, what the fuck is going on? He was completely out of touch with what was happening in the show. They were fun times, but they're all, like, almost all of my memories of those times are there's a dark grittiness to them, you know. It's dirty. It was very dirty. Kyle was the only one doing drugs, but and he wasn't doing them around us or anything like that. It was just some shit he was going through on his own. But just it all felt like a little bit splotchy. Rust. Like there's a texture to those memories, and it's stained with a texture. And I think it was like that feeling that had always persisted. It had been there very much from the beginning, just of like, this is dirty, dark shit that where it's like you're getting together with people to, you know, practice witchcraft or Satan worship or something like that. Like, it's fun, we're having a good time, but there's something dark about this. And then when it was like, let's make this dark shit our you know, lives, that was something in me snapped and was like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Oh, what am I doing? Closing the fucking store? We're not, I don't know what I was about to run and do, but my brain was like, go do something. Drunk girls and bad decisions? I didn't engage in anything like that. Yeah, I didn't connect with the sex end of the rock and roll at that time. Although I probably could have, because, you know, I was drumming, frequently ripping my shirt off, punk rock, and also it gets fucking hot back there. And, you know, just the fact that the drummer's got that rhythm is always sexy, right? Drummer can look like hell, and somebody, you know, some woman in the audience is like, I'll bet he could pound my drum. But yeah, I don't know. It was a weird time for me anyway. I think I always felt like a bit of an outsider to what was happening, even as I was very much on the inside of it. I felt a little bit like, I had a very much imposter syndrome in terms of like everybody in the band had this incredible fucking knowledge of the history of modern music, like recent stuff, just super fucking deep awareness of who's who and who was who and what's just all this fucking awareness that they'd sit down and be talking about Iggy Pop and the MC5 and and I'm just like sitting there with my drumsticks being like, I hit things, I make a crashy noise. Like Depeche Mode, Year of the Rabbit, and you know, they're talking about like the band that the band went to after the band broke up, but it's still the same guys, but they just changed the band and the contracts and record deals, and I'm like, crash cymbal make loud noise. I thump thump pop. My appreciation for music was very much at the ear level, and these guys had an intellectual appreciation of music and stuff like that I just didn't have. Alright, store's taking care of itself. I guess I can just stock shelves. Are you up top? Looks like you're up top. What other show? There was a show where I almost got into a fight with like just a waiter at the place. We did a show at the Majestic Bowl. Yeah, the Majestic Bowl. And it's this bowling alley restaurant, one of those weird things that happens in Detroit. bowling alley, restaurant, venue. All of these things are happening in ostensibly the same space. You go over here somewhere. My glasses up so I can see. And at the time, I was a smoker, smoking the cigarettes, and fatty boom blatty tobacco. But I never, I was always trying to. What was my motivation here? Was it health? It was health, and it was economy. It seemed stupid to buy cigarettes in packs. It seemed like there's no good reason for this. Like, the tobacco you're getting has been treated with burn additive chemicals to make them burn faster, so that you're not getting as much of a cigarette out of the cigarette that you're burning, and you're subjecting your lungs to extra chemicals in addition to the poison of nicotine and everything else that's going on there. And then on top of it, like, do you know how cheap it is to smoke if you just roll your own cigarettes? It's nothing. It's fucking nothing. You buy a bag of tobacco for $12 that will last you a month, or two, or something like that. It will last a long time. It's going to last so long, this tobacco, you're going to have to put like a wadded up piece of wet toilet paper in the bag of tobacco so that the tobacco doesn't dry out. That's how long it's going to last you. You're going to have to keep it in the refrigerator because it's going to last you that, and it costs you $10. And then you buy little paper sleeves, and you get yourself a little $7 like plastic rolling machine, a one-time investment of about $20. And, the $20 that you spend there is going to last you for the equivalent of, like, $20 is 2 packs of cigarettes in the modern day. It would have been like 3 packs of cigarettes back then. You're going to get like you're going to get 2 cartons worth of cigarettes out of the $20 that you just spent. I'm talking about like late 90s, 2000s kind of prices. So yeah, I always rolled my own. So I didn't necessarily roll my own in prep of like going somewhere and carry them with me. I would frequently just carry a rolling tray and my bag and all my equipment with me. It actually wasn't that big of a deal. You stuff it under your arm, you go where you're going, you leave it in the car unless you're going somewhere where it makes sense to be able to bring it in. Not a big deal. So I brought my rolling tray and all my makings and whatnot into the Majestic with us. We sat down. I was already in a incredibly bad mood. I was ready to burn the world down. We came to the Majestic to do this show, and they wanted to charge us for fucking parking. We're the band, and they want to charge us to park out back. It doesn't matter that we're the band. They want to charge us to park. And I was like ready to say, let's just fucking go. Like, we don't need to play here. And I don't remember if they did charge us, but I made a big fucking stink. I was not happy about it, and I was not happy that there was even a discussion that needed to be had about whether or not we were going to pay for fucking parking. We're the band. Like, this is retarded. This is idiotic. Like, now what you need to do is now you have to pay us more for playing because you're going to charge us to park out back. This is non-fucking sense. What are you doing? This is just insulting. So I was pissed. I didn't like the venue. We went in, and even though we're on the streets of Detroit here, it was a bunch of white kids from the suburbs. I didn't like the audience. It's a bunch of yuppie white kids from the suburbs come down to the Detroit on the weekend to have the Detroit experience. And I was pissed off by the venue. I was pissed off by the audience. I was pissed off in general. I was just, I was in a mood before we even got there. And then everything that had happened made it worse. And I sit down with a big gray cloud hanging over me in the Majestic with my rolling tray in front of me, and the waiter walks over and says, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" And I look up at him like I'm about to kill him, and I don't even say anything. And he says, "Put that back on the wall right now." And we look around and we realize that the Majestic is decorated with rolling trays. Years and years and years of rolling trays and popcorn tin tops and that kind of a thing are all just across the walls, and this guy has assumed that I've ripped it off the wall. but I don't even look around. The other band members look around and they put together what's happened here. I am just staring at this man like I am preparing to end his fucking existence, and then maybe find the people who love him and take them down too. I am looking at him with death in my eyes, and everybody else who's in the band is like, everybody's got one hand on my shoulder in preparation of holding me back, and they're like getting in between, like, oh no, this is his, he brought this, he didn't rip this off the wall, and then the guy, like, he's looking at me and I'm looking at him, and he realized what's happened, and he realized like that he realized what threat I'm making without saying anything to him, and he's like, oh, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean anything by that. Like, we had a full on moment of like, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize that's if you need anything, you guys let me know. I'll bring it over. But yeah, that was a hell of a show. I hated everybody. I said that night to Kyle, I said, if we hate the audience, we should just tell them that we hate them. We're a punk rock band. Just tell them that we hate them. Kyle, you got the mic. And he said, I don't hate them. I was in such a fucking mood that night. I was ready to go to war. I don't hate the audience. I don't.
Riding down the highway, going to a show, stopping on the byways, playing rock and roll, getting robbed, getting stoned, getting beat up, broken boned, getting had, getting took. I tell you folks, it's harder than it looks.
Wow, that's the closest I've ever heard Twitch's voice man, actually like spit. Like, he had a meter, he had the verse. Like, he wasn't just saying those words, he was pausing. Have they integrated some AI into Jarvis over here, whatever they call him? Because he paused at all the right spots. I guess it's just the lyrics you put in Jermacing are they've actually got commas and periods and stuff, and it worked. I don't recognize that song, though. Riding down the highway, going to a show, stopping on the byways, playing rock and roll, getting robbed, getting stoned, getting beat up, broken boned, getting had, getting took. I tell you, folks, it's harder than it looks. Sounds like some Dylan, or Dylan era kind of stuff. Riding down the highway, going to a show, stopping on the byways, playing rock and roll. And a man in the jumpsuit, everyone's battered, standing on the corner, doing medicine, got it. Oh, really? It's that? It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. It's AC/DC. I don't recognize that verse. If you think it's easy doing one-night stands, try playing in a rock and roll band. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. I'm on the corner, thinking about the government, man in a trench coat. Says he wants a handoff, says he got a bad cough, wants to get it paid off. Look out, kid, it's something you did. Don't look now, but you're doing it again. You're gonna butt down the alleyway, looking for a new friend. Son got a coonskin cap in the pig pen. Says he wants $11 bills, but you only got 10. Baggy comes Fleetfoot, face full of black soot, saying that the police put bugs in the pen, but the what is it? Bugs in the bed, but the shit. that's a really hard one to remember what that is. That was 1975. AC/DC. It's a long way to the top. Okay. I just don't have the energy to put into my voice anymore. Like, I can hit some of these, but if I make the effort to squeeze my gut the way that it needs to push the air out to sing, it feels like something I'll pay for later. But that makes me want to look that up, actually, while we're standing here doing goddamn nothing with our lives. You do that. I'll open my thing, my register, and then Thor back up over here. And then so, Bob Dylan, Subterranean, Homesick Blues. Lyrics. Fucking genius. I hate genius. They're just so often wrong. They're just so often wrong. Often wrong sung, you know? Huh? You know that reference? Often wrong sung? Often wrong sung. Yeah, that's close enough. Get the hell out of my store. Man, look at how that packs into the... You really organized that, lady. Pack that much onto my counter here. Often wrong sung. Hmm? Okay, the mic is still open. So it's not that. What do you hit me with the Windows alert for? Double check OBS, make sure the mic's working on that end of things. Mic's working on all the ends, okay. Just fucking with me.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Often wrong sung. 3, 2, 1, fire. Often wrong sung is the name of Data's creator on Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's not his name. It's what people used to make fun of him as. It was something Sung was the name of the creator of Data, and they used to call him Often Wrong Sung. You know, making it sound sort of like a German name, but they're just saying that he's bad at what he does. Right? Often wrong sung. 79 goddamn dollars back you want. Just all of the dollars. Get him! Yeah! But now I wonder what his real name was. What was Data's creator's real name? It's probably something like Offenheim Sung or something like that. Which is another thing that I suppose, at least it sounds like this. It sounds like one of the things that Star Trek would do to just like, you know, intelligently insinuate that all of the cultures of Earth have mixed in all of the possible ways, and so you get German, Chinese, or kind of names. Oh, thank you. Come again. 306. Alright, and I'm probably done for the day, and then if I clean up in here, we can look at some song lyrics, and we can also find out what the name of Data's scientist who made Data. Noonien Sung. Noonien Sung, and they called him Often Wrong Sung. Thank you, Germacy. I think that's something that, that lore tells us when we first meet lore or something like that. And one of the times when Data and lore are having a conversation before Data really recognizes that lore is evil. I think he's just telling sort of the history of being the... Or maybe it's after, and he's just given the sort of... You don't know about anything, Data. You don't know what I've been through, that kind of thing. He's just talking about... Yeah, the school kids used to call him Often Wrong Sung. Every day, and this was... that kind of a thing. Feels right. Sounds plausible. You don't know. Shut up. Another pass here. End of the day. Make sure my guy is holding out. He's fine. Noonien Sung. So actually, yeah, Noonien Sung is definitely not a German Chinese mixed name there. What were we looking at? I was subterranean. Johnny's in the basement, mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement, thinking about the government. Man in a trench coat, badge out, laid off. Says he got a bad cough, wants to get it paid off. Look out, kid, it's something you did. God knows when, but you're doing it again. You better bust down the alleyway, looking for a new friend. Man in a coonskin cap and a big pen. Wants $11 bills, but you only got 10. Ooh, Maggie comes, Fleetfoot, face full of black soot, talking to the heat, put plants in the bed, but the phone's tapped anyway. Maggie says it many say, gonna bust in early May, orders from the DEA, look out, kid, don't matter what you did, walk on your tiptoes, don't try no dose, better stay away from those that carry around a fire hose, keep a clean clothes, watch a plane coast, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. I don't know how Dylan actually like delivers that. I think I just didn't like the way that Dylan delivers it in the song, and so I kind of came up with my own way. I like the lyrics. But I didn't like his flow. I think. That's, by the way, here's a reference. We've been talking like old television since the last one. Maybe the first time I'd ever heard the lyrics to that Bob Dylan song was on Murphy Brown. Who remembers Murphy Brown? Murphy Brown was fucking excellent television. That was killer shit. Candice Bergen too. Like she needed to have her own show, and like the universe was fair and right for once when Candice Bergen had a show. You know, she was so good. She was just so good. Saturday Night Live and stuff like that, but she was just so good that she blended in. Like you didn't even notice how good she was because she was so good. And it's just like, I feel like it's almost some kind of a miracle that she actually got that she got noticed. She managed to make the inroads that needed to be made and got her own major fucking hit television show that nobody remembers. Mary Brown could be considered a remake of Mary Tyler Moore. Very different feel to those characters, but at least in premise, huh? Yeah. Woman in the newsroom, reporter. But very different, very different angles on that. Murphy Brown being the hard-nosed expose, kind of thing. People forget how, like, important that... I feel like Murphy Brown is just forgotten for some reason. And maybe it's the politics. Maybe it's all the politics. That, like, Murphy Brown... If you go back and watch Murphy Brown, it's entirely possible that Murphy Brown was more progressive than the modern fucking Democratic Party, than the modern progressives are. It's entirely possible that's the reason why Murphy Brown is undiscussed and just sort of forgotten about, is because they don't want to like go back and see that we were on a better track then, because Murphy Brown was like, they pushed a bunch of boundaries. They broke a bunch of ground on primetime television that was just not allowed to be on TV in America until Murphy Brown did it. So you would think that there would be a lot more, more retrospective, more like review and recollection of that and of that important stuff. Panzati pasta. Ooh, big jump up. And star fist tuna, or whatever they call it, in order to not star tuna. I like starfist. Star fucker tuna. Murphy Brown, incredible sitcom, American television, pushing boundaries, breaking down barriers. She was pregnant woman in the workplace was actually probably a barrier at that point. That Murphy Brown was pregnant and she wanted to keep working even after she was showing, even though she had a role on television. I think that was one of the plot lines that they wrote for Murphy Brown on that show. Like, whole bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of barrier breaking, boundary tearing down kind of stuff. And boy, that shit just doesn't happen today, does it? I don't know. It's like the death of television has made it hard to tell when boundaries are being pushed. But I don't feel like they are. I don't see like any boundary pushing on fucking YouTube. I don't. I'm probably the biggest boundary pusher on Twitch. Nobody gives a shit. As long as I don't have an audience, then it's fine. You can keep doing it. What am I doing? You need to place an order. You need to just buy into... You got 20 grand, man. You're rich, bitch. Rick James. You need to buy into a new license. I got money for years. Yo, Mr. White. Fucking click on all of the buttons that aren't the button you want. Reality TV overtook scripted. Yeah. Maybe another way of saying that is that remember that intellectual toxicity I've been talking about that I frequently return to? I'm going to say something like dull-witted, two-toothed, backwoods hillbilly fucks, who are willing to watch stupid fucking shit just to see stupid fucking shit, became a larger market than people making something that had a story and was doing something artistic and was pushing societal boundaries and had a purpose. They realized they could make the same amount of money without having to produce art. I don't know. A little bit of extra intellectual toxicity for you. So is there more vodka in here? That looks like vodka to me. It's vanilla. Okay. It says vanilla, green beans, pigs, pogs. Do we sell pogs? Veggie mix. Please. It's not peas. There's an extra line in there. Another kind of ice cream. So, green beans, vanilla, ice cream, pizza. It's a pizza. It's a pizza there. Or cheese, cream, panda. What? Pasta, penne. We already sell penne? Fruit for 20,000. I could just spend my 20 grand. We don't. You got to have more money than you need in order to do this. In order to do an upgrade. Yogurt. More fucking goddamn fucking sugar. Fucking fuck. Another kind of rice. Penne. I think this is less disruptive to the organizations that we've already got. I've purchased into green beans, vanilla ice cream, another kind of ice cream, pizza, potato pop. Went away. It went away. You know what? It'll be a surprise when we get down to it. Let's make some orders. Wow. I'm kind of slammed here. Bills, cheddar, fat stacks, Benjamins, presidents. Oh, pay my bills. Oh, bills. That's you just say. Them bills, you gotta make them bills, yo. Make them bills, Mr. White. Some extra coffee. We are. I ordered in the middle of the day, and we got fucked. Like we're out of everything. I probably need to double up on all that. I can't. We just bought into a new thing. I can't go. I gotta play it a little bit close to the vest here. Definitely, like, I could see watching Murphy Brown again. From the start of that, all those seasons. That was one I was watching live, you know? I was watching when that was coming out. Yeah, probably need more than that. We are gonna be so busted tomorrow. For product. We're going to be so low on product. But just being frugal right now. Yeah, we've already hit max ordering. Holy shit. Oh, that's right. The Murphy Brown thing, like, part of it was that she was an unwed mother. And that was part of the controversy of the show. An unwed mother, and in the show, she like they made a point of it. They made a point of it that she chose to, and so it's like that's the kind of shit that at that point in television, it's just amazing. It's amazing that shit like that mattered, made waves. Just 20 years ago. 20 years ago, American culture was so puritanical. And the thing is, I still view it as puritanical. It's still fucking... It's not good. It's amazing to think where it was just a little bit ago. God damn. Look at how much we're having to order today. It's called breakage, Mr. White. Shit happens. This is 2 full 50 orders. Yep. Wow.
You know. You all know exactly who I am. Say my name.
Yeah. Walt is a great big ol' asshole. He's an asshole you love to watch, but he's an asshole. Alright, and now... Oh, shit. I came to the bottom, but I was just in mode, so I didn't even look at what we're ordering. I did buy enough for the shelves and stuff. It's green beans, ice cream, two kinds of ice cream. They both take freezer displays, and green beans go in the freezer, and pizza goes in the freezer, and potato pops go in the freezer, and Veggie Mix goes in the freezer. We're going to need another freezer. I mean, I've got one sitting here, but I think we're going to need another freezer on top of that one. So 2 of you, 1, 3, 1, 3, 2, wait, no, 3. Holy shit. Am I going to be able to afford this? Oh my god. Okay. Before we place that order, my other freezer out here. Did you throw artichokes at me or whatever you were just doing? It's not close enough. Chili peas, my signature. Yo. So we need more room for pizza, which I can just reclaim this fries. This is our ice cream. We're going to have 3 kinds of ice cream. And it looks like 3, 6, 9, 12 go in each spot. We can reduce on the chicken. Hey! What are the odds? In fact, we got a box of chicken? We do. And then, how much shrimp actually gets stacked? That's 3 deep. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. We do not need two shrimp areas either. Do I have a box of shrimp? I don't even know where that's kept. It would be seafood, and it would be right here. It's not that. It's not that, so no, I don't have a box of shrimp. Wait. Leave that here. Probably. This actually isn't good, because I won't be able to get that. Okay, the type of box that shrimp comes in. I feel like it's either one of those or one of these. See if I can't put the rice on the shelf. Nope. If I can just find a box of the correct type to load shit off into. Yeah, that's just more chicken. That doesn't help me. Yeah, it doesn't help me either. There's multiple types of boxes here, though. I need to be able to shelve something to get boxes back. What might I be able to empty? Like, if we've got that... tea... green tea in particular. Yes, okay. Okay, now I've got one of these boxes, and that doesn't match that size. Shit. Well, that doesn't help me at all then, does it? What do I have in my... I could put chocolate in there. It's one little thing out of my inventory anyway. And where did chocolate go? It go there. This size box could be the size that we need. This is all, the cleaning stuff is all new to me, where it goes. For something of a type of a box with a small enough thing that I can thing in the thing stuff. You know? You feel me? Yeah, I'm kind of just fucked. If I were to try and order another freezer, it would kind of want to go on the end of this, which would mean all that would move down, which would mean we would lose this shelf on the end. We wouldn't have room for it anymore. Yeah, might have to let it sell out. So right now I'm looking at chicken goes over there. We get 1, 2, 3, 4 completely empty slots. We're gonna have 3 kinds of ice cream. So we need a 3-banger just for ice cream. We're gonna have green peas. I think I'm gonna need another freezer. So you... we're no longer an end cap. You're just a shelf. Because everything's got to move down a little bit. Still need room to walk around it. You're way too close, friend. Okay. And then all this shifts. And that's enough space for another one on the other end. We should be coming up to Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad now that we're watching. We're getting toward the end of season 2. I don't necessarily remember that stuff off the top of my head or nothing, but I did notice in like the episode listing Saul Goodman coming up. Saul good, man. Saul good. Which actually the more interesting thing than Saul at all is what's his name? You know, once Saul gets involved, that's how we get to I feel like I remember his last name more like Erlenmeyer or something like that. That you know, that like when he gets involved, things are cool. The old guy, the old bruiser. Mike. Thank you, Nora. Yes, Mike. Mike, and then his last name is something like Erlenmeyer or something like that. I don't know why I can remember Erlenmeyer. I don't remember Mike. Is it Erlenmeyer, or is that, am I conflating characters or something? Okay, we now will have enough room, but it means what I do is I throw the new freezer, another 3-banger, into my order. Triple unit, in the color red, add to cart, and then this is the other half of the order that we didn't order because I was waiting to see if I needed another freezer. I do, and now I've got it. Like ermine trout, there we go. I'm good with, like, syllables. A lot of times that's how I have to work out names I don't remember. Is okay, I got the syllables. I know it's got a it sounds like oh no, this was supposed to be a 2-banger. Shit. Cause it's an end cap. Shit. I mean, that's just the wrong thing. That is just the wrong thing. Pack it up. This damn game doesn't give you a fucking refund either. Whether it's been used, opened, whatever, it's fucking, you just don't get it. I'm not gonna mess up my how things look. So just everything that I just did was just fucking useless. Like, I saved the order so that I could not spend the extra $8 on shipping. Every fucking thing. It's useless because I bought the wrong size of freezer. Put it up against the window. Let me look at what our option might be. A freezer against a window does not sound like a clever idea. Better be some good ass tent. Yeah, I feel like Ermintrout is a way more interesting character in, I don't remember if, like, I don't think Saul is ever an interesting character. Is he? Like, in comparison to everything else that's going on around Saul? Does Saul even ever get, like, an episode in Breaking Bad? Like, his own episode? He's just always a wacky supporting character in Breaking Bad. My biggest problem with it is it being against the window. It's just, you don't do that. You don't put a freezer against a window, and then the sunlight is beating down on the freezer and it's working harder. And now I don't have the money. You know what? We make so much money so quickly. I bought the wrong thing. I'll fucking sell it. Give me my money back. Several times that this game has put me in that situation. Another guy. Just together the way that I had intended. From the start. Just like that. And then we figure out to rearrange them all. Which, in order to be able to do that, I need to get rid of this fucking shrimp. Blocking up my inventory. And if we bought a new shrimp, then it should be on the shelf by now. We didn't. It would go right there. Alright. Temporary shelving situations, I guess, is what we're going to have to deal with. We'll just throw it anywhere because we'll I'll figure it out. One of these boxes could be the size I need, actually. So here, go there. And then box size doesn't match. Alright. Wait. What about chickens? Box size doesn't match. What are you? I'm looking at it. I still don't know what the fuck you are. Are you a freezer thing? You are a freezer thing. And I think it's the same size. Yeah, it's the same size as the green beans, which isn't right for that. Whatever. All of these are the same. They're all the same size. So I'm just fucked. This is just me being fucked. What are these? Chicken fucking nuggets? These are the potato bits. Well, really is just throw them anywhere. Ice cream. And that's 36912. More potato bits. Pizza. We need more ice cream there. Big Tony's Pizza. Hey, Big Tony. Here. There's another kind of ice cream. Must be this. Bonbeck Po. Okay, I think that's all the stuff. These are green beans. These are potato bits. That's like, I don't know, some kind of rice dish is what it looks like to me. And then we got the pizza. Okay, figure out where it goes in the back, actually, before price it. So you don't open the store without pricing it. So, it's veggie mixes, apparently, what I was seeing there. Veggie mix is $6 goddamn. Potato pops are 10 and a quarter. We're selling Big Tony's Pizza for $9.75. Bonbeck ice cream is $7 flat. Maxi Cone is a lesser brand of ice cream. Can only get 5 and a quarter for that. And then Mr. Bean's green beans are a $3 purchase here in GT. Get the fuck out, Mart. So now put the things away. So these are the ice creams, and my organization system is finally and fully dead. Right? What's down here? The weird stuff, you're the boxed stuff. The ice cream we've already got is where? This is meat. This is that. Pizza. I think that's the ice cream we've already got. Yeah, my organization system is finally and fully dead. I'm gonna put this ice cream there. And then what are you? Are you the same type of pizza? No. It's pizza, fries. Ice cream. Ice cream. The fries maybe need to go somewhere else. But so, yeah. I'm boned and hosed for space now. Need another reorganization effort. Feel like this can probably go. I think green beans actually can go there. You here. Green beans half makes sense in that slot. What are you? You're the fucking potato bites. Is everything tagged now? There's a place for everything and everything's in its place? What is this supposed to be? It's definitely not supposed to be potato bites. Wait. Potatoes? Potato bites. Okay. Everything's priced. Everything's on the floor. Everything's stocked, right, boys? Open the store. And I think I would like to wrap up this live stream in shortly. I would like it to be a shorter one. I would like to spend time with Lady Pawn. They'll buy 36 loggers for $906. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Why would you think that I would have that much? It's another aspect of the game. We actually kind of need more storage space now, don't we? I mean, wow, that snuck up on me. We used up all the storage space pretty quick there. Ah. So the things that I need to get rid of that are in this thing are mainly just shrimp. I'd like to know what box shrimp goes in. We haven't had a customer in the store yet, and they've already managed to throw shit on the ground. It doesn't go in a small box, doesn't go in like a half box. I call this a quarter. It doesn't go in a quarter box. It doesn't go in a half. I'm calling this a half box. It doesn't go in a half box. So what the fuck does shrimp come in and go in? One of these, maybe? How many sushi? Yeah. That ain't helpful. Maybe it goes in a potato box. Somebody buy some potatoes. Or, fuck it. And then, shrimp. Can I pick you up? Doesn't match the size. Well, then balls. So it doesn't go in, I guess you call this a full box. The fuck does it go in? Okay. Y'all keep buying that shrimp for me. Fuck her up. Yeah, you get out of here, sweetheart. I always just guess. Gender guess. Seriously, people? This is what you do to my store? Turn my back for a minute to beat the hell out of a bald black woman in a suit. This is how you treat me? This is the respect I get. Juice you? Brand new product. They're already like just... I think they're just ripping it open, eating it in the aisles, frozen pizza, shove it in their gobs, throw the box on the ground, keep moving. Yeah. Another person to beat over the head. Beautiful. Alright, we gotta move some shrimp by now. Yep. And a chicken that I can get out of my inventory. This is wonderful. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh man, this is... Shrimp is now on special. Buy shrimp. Hey, honey, have you thought about shrimp lately? How about a cocktail? I don't know what's going to make these people buy the shrimp. Sir, did you know shrimp is an aphrodisiac? Sir, did you know shrimp can help with high cholesterol? Sir, did you know shrimp is low in fats and sugars, unhealthy, but it contains, I'll tell you what, it's definitely not like the vermin of the sea. It's not that. You definitely don't have to like cut the feces out of what you're about to eat when you eat shrimp. That's not it. I don't know what you heard. Shrimp is in no way disgusting. $2.54? $2.54. I'll be back. I gotta double team this motherfucker. I left somebody at the checkout. Sorry, I just had to turn the lights on. That's all I did. As far as you know. In fact, when the cops get here, you're my alibi. I was checking you out. And I left to turn the lights on, but only briefly, so I couldn't have possibly beaten a man in the street with a baseball bat. How would that? That's not even... it's not even me, man. It's not like me. I wouldn't... you crazy. Saying that. I don't say that. On the record. From the police. 60, goddamn, $2. Killing me. 62, 24. Have a quarter and get the fuck out of my stand. Get the fuck out of my store. Hello, sir. Welcome to GTFO Bar. Did you find everything okay? The shrimp, perhaps? I didn't see any shrimp. Why didn't you buy any shrimp? Hmm? Do you have a small penis? I heard that small penis people don't eat shrimp. There we go. No products in my crate. Not that product, anyway. I'll be able to reorganize the freezer section after the day ends. Yeah, take the extra 2 pennies. What do I care? Really? Alright, looks like you don't need me anymore. You're good. I do some janitor work. Right. Maybe it's like a psychology test. Like how many times, maybe they're like transmitting back to the servers how many times people click on these. I'm just gonna click on it a whole bunch of times to throw off their data. You know? How many times will somebody click on something that they definitely know, clicking on it a bunch to throw off their data, that they definitely know, they can't pick up in a video game. Go a little bit faster. Okay, you're looking good. Is there something hiding in my crate that I can't see? I feel like that happens. So I want to put all 3 chickens in the same guy. I want to put all 3 pizzas in the same guy. Display is full. Alright. So I want to move the pizzas. Big Tony. In here. And then all the chickens should be on this side of things. Which means you're not that. Nope, you're not that either, you prick. Oh, you prick. You go work. Bucket. I can put you there. I can pick you back up. I can do that. How we doing? You good? Registers are working. Yeah, it's fine. You don't need me. I can continue the reorganizational effort. I also want all 3 ice creams in the same guy. The potatoes could go with the French fries, and then the veg could go with the veg. No, you bitch. Problem is that's where I want to put that, and you arbitrarily make the decision, and you're not helping me at all here. It's not right. It's not right. Fries and veg. Maybe I got a box of them back here. Fries? No, I don't got any fries. Big Tony's Pizza. I'm not carrying any of that. Yeah, they won't put the thing down. Is it like alphabetical or something? Why the fuck can't I, it's not in order of the thing I picked up last, see? So what is this? How is this sorted? How have you fucked this up is basically what I'm saying. Because you fucked this up. I'm just wondering how. Are we done? Seems like we're done. Okay, 89 customers, 5 products not found. You're finally off work for the day? Well, welcome for the stay, Polopanga. I might be wrapping up soon. Don't worry about it. Potato pops and milk changed in price. Potato pop me, 11 and a quarter. Milk, regular old milk. Not weird 6-pack milk, but alright, $2.50. You're getting a hell of a deal on the milk right now. But I need to reorganize my shit. Veggies. Alright. The veggies I put... I didn't put them there. That's the green beans. Big Tony. Ice cream. Here's the veg. How many are in there? 12? So it's just a full box. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help me at all. You know, the right size boxes. This fucking game, yo. Yo, but this fucking game, yo. I can't put them there. There's too many of those. Jesus, even with like this thing, hey, you can buy a box, now you can move things around. It's a lot easier. No, it's not, actually. And if I don't, alright, here's what we do. We drop them on the floor. That's how you do this. And then I move them over here. Make sure that nobody comes along and fills up the wrong shelf with the thing, because then I gotta pick up the fries. The fries will be over here. And I'm stuck carrying 3 fries again. That makes sense. That's the math. That's how numbers work. I wanted the ice cream all in one spot, so I'm gonna do that. And then good. Don't you dare load up more ice cream. And then this ice cream also wants to move. Okay, and that clears out this area. I end up with maxi cones, but sure. All the pizzas in a pizza box. All the chickens are in a chicken box. Rice and veg, green beans, and shrimp. For some reason, shrimp goes together with rice and veg and green beans, but don't talk to me about it. And then we got potato bits, bites, and French fries. The shrimp is the most out of place thing here. Are we saying that I've got like a whole empty freezer over here? Almost. Yep, that's what we all always wanted to happen. Thank you. You fuck. Throw it on the ground. Tater tots and French fries do go together, so I don't know if this is what I want out of life. But is what I've done. There you go. Two places for French fries, apparently. And then just shrimp back here, huh? I feel like these need to swap anyway. Meat should go near meat. And French fries, pizza, and ice cream seem to go together in my mind a little bit. I guess for now, you know they're not going to let you. You know they're going to put the fucking maxi cones down for some reason. For now, more shrimp space, I guess. Okay. Now today is a big order day, I think. I think we're going to have been hammered from me being stingy yesterday. So, hold on to your butts, people. Just one. Maybe I wasn't as stingy as I thought. Maybe it'll be fine. Need to make sure I'm loading up with 24 of everything. No, like, 21 will do today. No, it won't. Not today. 24 at least in the house of every single thing. No 23s. 12, 18 plus 9 is more than 24. That was 24 already, damn it. Take what you can get for however long I'm here. Yeah, I'm probably going to wrap up. I'd like to wrap up a little bit early. See if I can't hang out with Lady Pawn a bit. That's 16, it's 24. That's enough. You're good. You're not good. I mean, you are good, actually. Potatoes are a exception to the rule. 16 plus 4 is 20, so I actually need 3 of those. Uh-huh. God damn it. Come on, use the mouse. Use the mouse. It's so much nicer, I think. Is it? Is it? Does it? Okay. Salmon. 24 of those, 24 of those. Whole another box of you. A couple of them, one of you. More produce. Kegs are also an exception to the rule. I don't have enough room in this. I don't have enough storeroom to actually hold on to 24 kegs, I don't think. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. 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 You. Yeah, I said no 23s. Good God, we got so much products now. This is, too many products. Spend the whole day ordering. Okay. Wow, that was more. That's more money than we have. That is more money than we have. Shit. I bought 2 bleaches. I bought 2 toilet papers, and now we can afford it. And I'm broke. All right. The end of this live stream, I'm broke. We're not ending. I'm gonna do another day. I'm gonna make some money. Now that I've reorganized everything the way that I want it to be. But we are starting from 16 bucks in my pocket, so this will be a nice day to see just how those fat stacks come in, yo. And it's a big old bunch of... Alright, could someone fuck off so that I can juice you? What are you doing? Oh, I don't have any money. I'm juicing them. Now down to $1.25. I'm opening the store with $1 and a quarter to my name. Make sure the store is clean to start the day. It doesn't look like it's clean. There's a, yeah, here we go. What's the store level, by the way? 70? Holy hell. I stopped paying attention to such paltry matters. Such things of no concern. Come on, people. Come on down from the cuck, gas station over here. Cuck gas. Oh, are those eyes? I mean, they're playing on quick, maybe? But that means that's a U and an I? It's supposed to... It's cuck. It's cuck. It's a cuck gas station. It's a gas station for cucks. Do you know run jumping is faster? Yeah, you don't get to exist in my store at all. I like that one it came into existence as I was destroying it. I guess I'll help shelve or stock until business picks up. Big Tony Pizza. I don't know where Big Tony Pizza goes here. Wine. Not your beer. Wine. We've made so many changes to the storeroom now, I don't know where anything goes. Shoot, was that right? Looks right. Fucking potato bites. God damn it. Yeah, we'll be right with you. I don't know. Do I have a place for fucking potato bites? Oh, I put them by the... Yeah, I put them by the potatoes. I ran out of space. Don't you urinate as you bend down. You think nobody notices? I got security cameras, man. I'm publishing this shit to YouTube. Let everybody know what you're about. Iced creme. Just one of those slots over there. Why don't you show me something that I'm familiar with and know where it goes? Because I don't think there is any of that anymore. Really? Okay. I was just guessing. I'm just going to start clicking on everything. Chips. Chips are with the liquor. For some reason. Or they were, and I moved some of them. But I don't know which kind it is. This kind? Yep. Alright, I've helped enough with stocking. I'm opening up my cash register. I'm going to bribe my employees to actually work for a fucking living. Can't just pay them a living wage, you know. I don't pay them a living wage. That's why I have to bribe them. Pay them a sub-living wage, and then on the days where I really need them, maybe they make enough to pay their bills. Throw an extra couple of bucks per man. Night of wine and potato bits. Yep. That's my Tuesday. Love it when I see a big old sushi come through. Because that's money in my pocket. $15.70? How about an extra 5? No, you don't get extra 5 cents. Wait. Is it 30? It's 30. You trying to rob me? Get the hell out of here, man. Scam me. Running that noise on me. You're gonna just hand me a 20 and then be like, oh, actually, can I get that back? I'll give you 2 cents. You think you're just gonna end up with like an extra hundo? Not today, buddy. Not my store. Not in GTFO Mart.
Here at GTFO Mart, we value customer satisfaction. So if you're not completely satisfied, you can get the fuck out! And thank you for shopping.
How did that come across on the mic? What do you want? Money back or something? Oh, you... Okay. Check. Did I destroy the microphone with that one? 30.75. Thank you. Have another. Wait, no. Thank you, ma'am. May I? No. Thank you for shopping at my store. That's right. I'm so used to femdom BDSM. I just $20. 50. $0.95. Why do you gotta do this to me? Oh, that was actually easy change to make. I didn't realize I'd gotten good at this. 7:44 and have a nice day. Prick. What? No, I didn't. I said have a nice day. The last part? Day? After that? Day? Was it day? Oh, aye. $34. If you guys could just not stand inside of each other in my store, that would be great. Okay, 2 beer and a keg and a couple of. I think if you're gonna buy in volume, just buy in volume. You don't. What are these for the road, for the drive home? You're gonna need 2. You alcoholic, huh? Okay, that's probably it. That I need to contribute anyway to the effort today, and now I can just clean the store and find out just how satisfied my customers are. Because surely they're satisfied. Snickers really satisfies is the thing. This window. End of the day, the owner runs around being a janitor. It's just how it is. This bitch of an earth. Luigi. Fuck him up!
Take that, you son of a bitch! Yeah!
Better run. And the Stark too. Oh, jeez. Sorry, guys. Forgot you're too stupid to turn the lights on. Alright, the shop is clean. It's the end of the day. We started today with $0. With $1.15, we're ending with $6,000. And it's gonna be more than $6,000 because people are still checking out. But that's our store now. We make like $7,000 a day up in GTFO Mart. Our expenses seem to make it so that we only ever make about $1,000 in profit, but that's huge, you know. If I'm paying all these employees and then pocketing $1,000 a day, that's actually should be a criminal offense, really. I should probably be paying my employees more and not just stealing, you know, the wages of their labor. You fucking capitalists, pig dog whores. Oh, and I got bills to pay. That's right. I'm not going to pay those bills. Let's see what they are, though. But I'm not going to pay them until I know how much money I've made, anyway. God damn it with the money. It's got a money symbol on it when I need to pay the bills. So it's, you know, it's this much. It's like 800. 750, we'll say. 750 plus, another 450, we'll say 750 and 450, and so it's $1,200. $1,200 a day. No, $1,200 for 4 days. So $300 a day it cost me to keep the lights on in the store before the expenses of employees. Anyway, there you go. $7,000. We turned just under $7,000 in a single day, starting from almost nothing. And now I guess I will pay those bills, huh? And that is a day at the GTFO Mart. We had almost 90 customers today. We did see our first breaking 90 customer day a little bit earlier. Total profit of negative. Total loss of $703. Cheese, Mimolette cheese, and an 8-pack of eggs. Cheese and an 8-pack of eggs. So Mimolette is this, I think. That didn't... No, it's this. $3.75. Big drop in cheese. And then the 8-pack of eggs, which is here? Is that one? That looks unchanged. That's this one. 4 1/4. Okay. And so, yeah, we bought into yet another license today. No loan necessary because we just made 20 grand by grinding out the first 2 hours without really just chatting and not really talking about Murphy Brown like any of the primetime live streams here on Twitch we'll be doing at about time. Just chatting about Murphy Brown and Bob Dylan music, you know, like the kids do. What do you got there? You got a keg. You got a fucking keg. You got a fucking keg. Well, I don't want you standing around holding your dick, so, you know. Back to work, you lazy bum. I changed the prices. The store is clean, except for the parts of it that aren't clean. Yeah, store is very clean. I think we've come to the end of this live stream. 4.5 hours. I'm tightening them up. I'm bringing them in. We'll see once I don't have so much going on in my life. So much sitting around doing 3D work every single goddamn day of my life. By the time I know how to do this stuff professionally, I'll never want to do it professionally, I'll tell you that. Thank God I'm done with that shit and never have to do it again. Oh, wait. But yeah, I think that brings us to the end of this stream. We are now the purveyors of 3 types of pizza, 3 types of ice cream. We got your frozen green beans, your frozen mixed veg, and your potato bites. Your tater tots is what they're called. They just aren't saying it. We also got your many types of liquor. Yeah, last time we bought into the whiskey and the wine and the vodka and another kind of beer and another kind of keg. We got ourselves a hell of a store here. We got tons of shelf space right now, if we can get into shelves to buy. And I think we've got enough space to put in one more produce stand. Yeah. And then we could probably separate this produce stands into like veg and fruit. Just fruit, just veg. Just a little sausage in there too with the old fruit and veg. But yeah, it was another live stream. Hey, we're clocking the hours. This is our job. We have a good time, I guess. Did we have a good time? Did you have a good time? Doesn't matter if I enjoyed myself. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a goddamn. That's
And thank you for shopping at GTFO Mart.
That's it. Save that bitch. Close that bitch. Light that bitch. Smoke that bitch past him. Are we here? We're here. We're back. We're good. All right. I'll get rid of the Bob Dylan Subterranean Homesick Blues. Close out the other simulators we were looking at. And I am the Ronin Pawn. In case you didn't know. So this is week 5 of my 3D course, and it's an 8-week course, so I'm getting to the end of it. You know, things will, I don't know, maybe I'll just have more energy. Like, I think the reality of our live streams at this point is this course is just burning me out. I have nothing else going on in my life but Breaking Bad in this course, and so there's not a lot to talk about, and I'm also, you know, just intellectually haggard, and so what do you expect? Live stream's going to be a little bit chiller. Hopefully we'll, I'll get all of the skills in Blender. We'll make $1 million. We won't even do live streams. I mean, I will always be here for you, for I am the Ronin Pawn. I'll see you next time. This Thursday? Between 2 and 3 p.m., except my sleep schedule seems to be slipping, so you can't really expect anything now. See you then. Pawn out.